Hello and welcome to this, our 176th live stream. The people groups of YouTube. We want to wish you all a happy Friday the 13th, the luckiest day of the year. We also want to thank you for joining us tonight. And this is where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. Now, again, we want to bring to your attention the fact that we are doing an Egypt and the Bible tour coming March. So we want to ask you if you are interested in doing this, where we do this fabulous tour of Egypt, where we discuss the relationship of the Bible with Egypt as you see the sites themselves. Do sign up for that tour. There's a link in the description. So with that said, the rules for the live stream are the same as always, which is that super chats have priority. This is true on every YouTube channel on the planet, so you should know that already. If you want to give us a non-super chat, when we do take non-super chat questions, you have to put a Q and a colon at the front. So if we don't have the Q and the colon, it doesn't exist. We don't see it. Only post non-super chat questions once. If you post it more than once, we'll consider that to be question spamming, and we will disqualify the question for the night. If it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that you give us a little bit of context. And for that, we mean we need what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. And finally, if you are sponsoring a non-super chat, which we do allow, please repeat the question in the super chat, so we don't have to go hunting for it. That just saves us a lot of time. Okay? So with that said, let's get into questions. Okay. And our first question of the night, let's take off the banner here, is from Vish. And Vish asks, Dr. Falk, in your novels, do you do a lot of world building or more character focus? Also, your literary inspirations. I try to have a balance of world building and character focus, but it tends to usually be a little more towards the character side. So I love strong characters. I think that's one of the great things about writing fiction, is writing characters. So I do the world building too, though. So because you have to have strong world building when you do science fiction. And when I do my novels, they're mostly science fiction. I sometimes do historical as well, but even then, you still want to do strong world building. So that's sort of my focus as I write fiction. Now, my literary inspirations. I do a balance between, say, classic science fiction and, say, more modern stuff. So I tend to like the works of Frank Herbert, Clifford Seamak, Robert Silverberg. So the real classics, Poul Anderson, met him. I actually met him. Frederick Pohl. So those are the authors that really stand out to me. Those are the writers I really enjoy. Now, I also do read a lot of contemporary too. So I try to keep up on recent science fiction as well. And I think that's really important for an author, is to not just know the classics, but to know the recent stuff too. So in the past, I guess, month or so, I've read 3 novels. I've read In the Lives of Trees, which I don't recommend. I've read Children of Memory, which I also don't recommend, but for a different reason. In the case of the Children of Memory, it was kind of a bait and switch. It's kind of a bait and switch, so I don't like books that bait and switch me. The one book that I really did enjoy that's really recent was Starter Villain. Really good writing. It's probably one of the best written books I've read in about a decade. I mean, It's funny. It's got great characterization. It's uh, it's fast paced. It's got great dialogue. It is on that sort of cusp between science fiction and fantasy, but it's also set in Chicago, and you can really tell the guy lives in Chicago. I mean, it's just you feel like you're back in Chicago. So, um, particularly the suburbs of Chicago, like Schaumburg. So, excellent, excellent book, Starter Villain. I would highly recommend it. It does have rude language in it, so you have been warned, but the writing style is excellent, and the way it's written is very, very well done. So, with that said, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. Okay, the next question here is also from Vish. Are angels, gods, powers, principalities, and spirit critters children of God too? Yes, they are. Does God love them as he loves humanity? He loves them, but not in the same way. Okay? So, God doesn't have to do anything super erogatory, which is just a fancy word of saying beyond normal moral obligation to love a spirit critter. As long as the spirit critter doesn't rebel, they are in God's love. So, Schaumburg, Wheaton, Hoffman Estates, Park Ridge, yeah. So, so a spirit critter is loved as long as he is in obedience to God. But it's a positional thing. A spirit critter can fall out or decide to reject God's love. But unlike humanity, God doesn't have to go the extra mile to be in relationship with a spirit critter. So, um, so it's just yes, angels, say lower divinities, powers, principalities, as long as they are in God's in obedience to God, they're loved too. Just not on the same level. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat or the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next question here is also from Vish. Can Christian authors write fiction mythologies about angels, origins of life, man, of sin, paradise using non-biblical imagery and not being allegorical without it coming off as contradicting it? Yeah, sure they can. C.S. Lewis did this all the time. Basically, his space trilogy was using these allegories of original sin, the garden, angels, powers, that sort of thing. And he did it allegorical style using science fiction, but it certainly didn't contradict biblical revelation. So it is completely consistent to be able to write fiction on that level without it being a problem. Again, as long as you got your theology straight and your worldview straight, it sort of takes care of itself. So, yeah, absolutely. A Christian can write about fiction and mythologies with these other real things in mind. So, Pandaria out of silent planet, yeah. That silence, that strength, yeah. Paralandris, sorry. I just remember the one book, Out of the Silent Planet. That's the only one of the trilogy I've actually read. So, it wasn't my cup of tea. But it was it was what it is. That hideous strength, yeah. Yeah. And that's what he did essentially, was he basically allegorized biblical concepts and wrote them as science fiction. Poor science, great fiction. Yeah. Wasn't your cup of coffee then? Oh dear. No, I just didn't. I couldn't get into C.S. Lewis's fiction. I just couldn't do it. I mean, I mean, I tried the Narnia stuff. I tried his science fiction. I just couldn't get into it. It just wasn't a writing style that sort of appealed to my sensibilities. And I find that sometimes, especially when books have long narrative, long descriptions. Okay, long descriptions. I tend to, it slows down the writing for me, and I just don't like it that much. That's one of the things I found problematic about, say, Children of Memory. A lot of long descriptions. A lot of long descriptions. It wasn't a good. I didn't care for that writing style. Whereas with Starter Villain, lots of dialogue, lots of character. If it's moving quickly, I like good pacing. I like good pacing. So, um, so no, C.S. Lewis's stuff didn't appeal to me that much. I actually found his Screw Tape letters better, though, to be honest. Screw Tape was good. Okay. Next question. Here is from, what are your thoughts on the Catholic Church's procedure for verifying miracle claims? Okay. Cautious. Cautious. I like, and I like cautious. Cautious is good. Basically, the way the Catholic Church verifies miracle claims is they don't. They basically don't verify them. What they basically do is they say, okay, they'll investigate a miracle claim, but they'll never say it's a miracle. What they'll say is that it's either not a miracle, it's got human agency or some other natural cause involved. They'll say it's unsubstantiated, or they will say, we don't find anything wrong with this, but we're not going to put a stamp on it to say it's a miracle. So if you want to worship, if you want to consider it a miracle, that's fine. We don't see any problem with considering it a miracle, but we're not going to put a stamp on it ourselves. So, Count of Marcy, I agree. C.S. Lewis is not all that good. Yeah, not on his fiction. Not on his fiction. So I like the fact that the Catholic Church's procedure for verifying miracle claims is cautious. I like that a lot. They are far more. Yeah, the church itself, the Catholic Church itself, the magisterium is much more cautious than the laity. I would like to see more of that caution trickle down into the pews. Okay, so I like that about their investigation of miracle claims. It's very cautious, and I think, as I said, if more of that caution trickled down into the pews, you would get a stronger church. So I like that. I really like that about the Catholic Church. But again, it's one of those things where they're just not going to put a stamp on it and claim it is a miracle. Now, there's a flip side to this too, which is when they make saints, when the church puts its stamp of approval on making saints, is they often to declare someone a saint, to canonize someone as a saint, there has to be evidence of miracles. So they have this sort of, there's this tension here by claiming, well, we can't verify it is actually a miracle, and at the same time saying, well, for this saint, there was miracles. It's kind of like having your cake and eating it too. So I don't like that. I think they have to be, I think they need to apply the same caution to the canonization of saints that they do, say, to the verification of miracles. If they did that, then they'd be totally on the right track. So it's mixed messages. It's mixed messages. So I wish the story from the Catholic Church was more consistent on this level. But as far as its verification of miracles, their procedure, the procedure's good. Like the procedure. Cautious. Fantastic. All miracle claims should be approached with caution. They should also apply that to the canonization of saints as well. Okay? So, anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Now, there's a question I need to answer. Last week, AT sponsored a question from my producer. She didn't have one. Now she does. So this is a sponsored question. Okay. This is regarding IP's guest on process theology. She says, God changing as he interacts with us. How does relationship with others affect ontology? Specifically, a non-heretical way, please. Okay. Now, I will agree that relationship does affect our ontology. Okay? We are creatures in community. We grow when we're in community. We get more intelligent when we're in community. Our personalities develop in community. So relationship deeply affects the development of human beings. There's no question about this. The wild children, those children that were, adopted by wolves and lived out in the wild, who had no community with other human beings, come back and they are developmentally challenged. They are unable to speak. They generally do very, very poorly on, say, IQ tests. People need community to grow and develop. Okay? Now, in the case of God, God doesn't need to grow or develop. He is fully developed. As such, because he is in relationship with the other members of the Trinity. That's the ultimate. So there's no room for God to grow. So God has relationship with mankind, not because he needs to develop or for his ontology, but for his enjoyment. So, and you can have relationship without development or ontology. But in the case of human beings, you need it to develop, to grow, to bounce ideas off of. It's part of our development process. So I don't think there's anything heretical about that. And the fact is that if God is in Trinity, he's already got the ultimate relationship already, and there's no expansion for him to grow. Then relationship just becomes a matter of position in relationship to him, not as to him changing in any particular way. So, does that answer your question? Okay, we got the answered question. One answered question tonight. Woohoo! All right. Now, let's get to the super chats. Our first super chat here is from Jack Ray. Thank you very much for those 5 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. We really appreciate it and are most grateful for that. Okay. We really do appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. Those memberships do mean a lot to us. So, especially during certain months when things get thin, they can really, really help us out. So we're so grateful, and thank you so very much. Okay, next super chat here is Papyrus Pungent, who became an Osiris tier member. Thank you very much for becoming a member of the channel at that level. It really helps us out. Again, thank you so very much. People who pay for their own super chats do help and spread the spread out Jack's gifts to allow people who can't afford them or who are supporting or who would like to be part of the community but can't support it in quite that way. So we really do appreciate people who pay for their memberships too. Okay, Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Heiser's book on angels? I've only briefly skimmed it. I haven't actually sat down and read it. My thoughts on it were it wasn't quite up to the same standard as Unseen Realm, but I've also heard the same thing about his Demons book too. So, as I say, I'm gonna have to give this probably a miss because I've only skimmed it, but it's not someplace I would specifically recommend. I would recommend his Unseen World, his Unseen Realm. His Unseen Realm is a very good book. But Angels, probably less so. But again, I can't say for sure because I only skimmed it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, on one hand, I'm starting to better appreciate the importance of tradition. Okay. As well as the benefits of theological retrieval, mainly thanks to Gavin Ortlund. Okay, yeah, okay, I can see that. On the other hand, I also see Heiser's point when he said the context of the Bible isn't the history of Christianity. Now, that is true. And how his approach may be had very fruitful results. Help in resolving this tension. Okay. I think we're getting back here to that Christocentric and Christotelic distinction once again. And Heiser was very Christotelic. Now, he's Christotelic, and what that means is you start with the Bible's context, the context of the original passages. His starting point, though, is Second Temple period literature. So, and he was essentially a Second Temple period scholar. So not all of that literature of the Bible has its context in the Second Temple period. But that's where he sort of got his foundation. Gavin Ortlund, on the other hand, I believe, did his PhD in church history. I'm not sure. But I think he did it his PhD in early church history. So for him, theological traditions are going to be very important. Now, how do you reconcile the two? I think the best way is to start with the context. Start with the Bible's context. And then move into the tradition. And yeah, it's the only way you can see if tradition got it right. So I think it's one of those things where you can have both. You can have context and you can have tradition. It's not a either or thing. You can have both. So you start with the context. You make sure you get your exegesis correct. Then you move into the tradition. If the tradition is correct, fantastic, go with it. Or if it doesn't contradict, also you can go with it. You know, you only have to reevaluate tradition in any true sense if there's a problem with it. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Sometimes it's just more, it's neutral. So definitely you can look at that from various points of view, but I tend to like to take that context approach first. And then you've got a good interpretation at the end of that. But I'm also not going to discount tradition either. I think tradition can be very informative. It can be very helpful. It adds a layer of understanding to our texts. So I don't have any problem with people who say, oh, I've got a tradition. Hey, fine. If you can reconcile that with the text, fantastic. Go for it. So there's importance in both. I wouldn't discount either. But again, it's one of those things where I think the method you apply it is going to change things. Okay? Because you don't ever want to double down on a tradition that's going to defy the context. That's really going to get you land you in some difficulties. So, start with context, end with tradition. All right? And that should help you resolve the tension. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Hope that helps. Yeah. Christotelic, not Christological. Or Christocentric, yeah. Okay, because technically they're both Christological. Okay, next super chat here is from and Japonis Rafe for $20. Thank you for that generous super chat. Revelations 21:16. All right, let's pull up our Bible. Okay, and he says dimensions of the New Jerusalem suggest a cube shape. Scholar G.K. Beale thinks it's because it's shape of the Holy of Holies. But it could also be a pyramid. Perhaps a callback to the Garden of Eden being at the top of a mountain. Okay, let's take a look at this. See what Revelation 21:16 says. 21:16. And the city is laid out as a square, and its length is as great as its width. And he measures the city with the rod. 1,500 miles. Its length, width, and height are equal. And he measured its walls 72 yards according to human measurements, which are also angelic measurements. Okay. So it's really hard to say what is actually being thought here. The idea that this could be a mountain is possible. I've seen that reading. It could be a pyramid. I doubt it, though. And potentially a ziggurat is also possible. The problem is, though, it has walls on top. So it's not a pyramid. Okay? So it's got walls. It's got a city built on top of it. So it's unlikely to be in my estimation, a pyramid. It's unlikely in my estimation, to be a cube. Okay, I think that's a wooden literal reading of the text, although its foundation is a square. So it could be a tell. It could be a very, very big tell. And that would be okay. I mean, that would be perfectly reasonable in the context of, I mean, ancient writers knew cities were built on tells. And if you look at a tell, it's a square-shaped mound. A lot of the times. I mean, it's not always a square-shaped mound, but oftentimes it's square-shaped. So it could just as likely be a tell. where you wouldn't have they would describe this in the Greek as being a square, but I don't know what the footnote is. The footnotes don't work on this, so I think that's the measurement in cubits. It's many, something like that. Stadian. It's measured in stadian. So basically, the footnote is telling you that what the original word would have been in Greek, because they didn't use miles back then. So, um, so yeah, I think the cube is a forced interpretation. I also think kind of the pyramid is as well, but I think it's more reasonable that it's a top of a mountain or a tell. Ooh, ooh, BC. These guys would be great to play poker with. Can't hide their tells. Ooh, ooh, bad. Bad, bad, bad pun. Okay, so that's what I think it is. I think it's a tell. But we don't know for sure. Let's be honest. We just don't know for sure. I think the pyramid is kind of a forced take. I think that the cube is a forced take too. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Pun dedicated Jack Ray, huh? Okay, the next super chat here is from Daniel for $10. Thank you for the super chat. You mentioned in an earlier episode that the lost book of wars of Yahweh was found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. How do we know that this scroll is indeed the lost book of the wars? There were, from what I gather, and I'm not an expert on this, so I'm just gonna admit here that this is coming out of really old memories. Okay, so what I could be saying here is could be completely wrong. Okay, but from what I remember, there's been quotes in other texts taken from the Book of Wars, and those quotes match with the scroll that was found in the Qumran um, jars. So that's how I think they identified it as the Book of Wars, but I'm not sure. Okay. And again, this is just going back on really hazy memory here. So I'm not a Dead Sea Scroll expert. I don't know for sure how they identified it as the Book of Wars, but as I recall, that is what they identified it as. So again, not my field per se, but that's the best I can recall. So I hope that helps, and it could be completely wrong. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Danny for $10. Thank you again for the super chat. A skeptic friend told me that the Persians invented pants, and because of this passage in the Pentateuch, such as Leviticus 6:10, which supposedly mentions pants, must be late. Any of this true? No. Okay, but let's look at the passage. Let's look at Leviticus. Leviticus chapter 6, verse 10. Okay. And the priest is to put on his linen robe, and he shall put on undergarments next to his flesh. And he shall take upon the ashes to which the fire reduces to the burnt offering on the altar, and place them beside the altar. Okay. Now, the ancient Israelites didn't wear pants. Okay? There's basically, the undergarments are a kind of wrap that they put around their loins. That's what it is. It's a loincloth. But it's wrapped around it. And that's kind of what those are. Okay? So it's a kind of undergarment, but it's a kind of it's a wrapped undergarment. And then the robe goes over top. There are no pants here. Okay? They wouldn't be invented until, as you say, the Persian period. So I don't think here that pants is a good translation here of Leviticus 6:10. So exegetical apologetics, gird your up your loins. Yeah, well, there was a way of there was a really interesting video on how that was done, where you actually have to tie up this sort of kilt in a way, this wrap in a way that you girded them up. So really interesting, really interesting. So yeah, it was a thing. It was a thing, but pants weren't a thing. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. If blessings are a big deal, why do we bless food? We call it blessing. It's really a thank you. It's really what it is. You don't actually bless it. Okay? Um yeah, you could ask for blessings on the cook and that'd be proper. But people didn't bless things per se. You know, and bless here we would sort of use this. It's sort of a how do I say this? A an extension of true blessing. Okay, you know, when you bless food, you're not actually making it holy. Okay, you're not baruching it as such. You know, you're not making it holy. You know, and it comes out of tradition. Baruch atah Adonai. You know, um, um, blessed are you. So, you know, there's blessed are you, O Lord. But you know, it's that's a different sort of blessing than what you would on food than what you would do, say, on a person. It's different. It's qualitatively different. And it has different implications too. Uh, yeah, that's entirely different again. Yep. What about holy water? Alexis says here. Um, I'm not going to touch really holy water here with a 10-foot pole. Um, I know there's some people out there that really, really believe in holy water. Okay. Um, I have a vial of holy water here on my desk. Okay. Uh, does it actually do anything? That's a whole different question. So, does doesn't keep the ghosts away? No, we did that. We tried that. It doesn't keep the ghosts away. I actually did this. I actually at West Elm where we had that haunting, I laced the place with holy water. Didn't do a thing. People were still seeing apparitions. So, yeah, I don't know how effective it is really. So I'm just so uh some people swear by it. I don't know. But I know disappointing, isn't it? Yeah, I wouldn't trust it as vampire repellent either at this point. Leave a 2-star review. You know, if you can't get rid of the ghosts, you know, what's it gonna do against vampires, really? It's in the social contract, exactly. BC sprinkled everywhere. Ghosts still around. Yep. Of course, then I consider ghosts to be more like rodents. You know, you can't really get rid of them that easily. Mama said, so I can't make little holy water bombs to throw at demons. Probably wouldn't work. Ghost rats are worse than real rats. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ghost rats are definitely worse than real rats. Okay, so... yeah, holy water might be blessed. I don't know what tangible benefit that brings. When we bless food, it's really more of a thank you. We're thanking God for providing food. That's what we're really doing. We're not making the food holy. So the idea of blessing food is more about thanking God than actually making it holy. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Count of maybe garlic. Maybe try garlic. Could be. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Keel and Delitz's commentary? Not a fan. I don't think it's a good commentary. It's not the worst commentary I've ever used. It's not the greatest either. I've had some real issues with using that commentary, especially when they try to get into some of the Egyptological material. They don't seem to know what they're doing. So, they just it's just really odd. Some of the stuff they said was really strange. Like, for example, they think that that Ramses, that the city of Ramses was in the Wadi Tumalon, and it's not. So it's a commentary on the Book of Exodus. It's a commentary on the Book of Exodus. So I'm not a great fan of that commentary. I think there's better commentaries out there. Alexis, do they ever consult Egyptologists for this kind of stuff? Oh, never. Never. They never consult Egyptologists. Commentary writers. Yeah, commentary writers never consult Egyptologists. There's too much hedge protection, too much professional hedge protection between biblical scholars and Egyptologists, so it's not going to happen. So I wish they would. I wish they would. Emily Tedesco, which commentaries would you recommend? I think the best basic commentary out there. I mean, I'll just say this. I don't have a favorite. One that I really, really recommend. My go-to is Nahum Sarna. That's my go-to. Okay, Sarna's who I go to first when I want to look up something in the commentary. If I can't look it up, if I can't find it in Sarna, I'll go to some other commentary. But I'll start with Sarna and then work from there. It seems to be a good starting point as a commentary. So I'd say start with Sarna and then go consult commentaries. Now, if you want to consult Keel and Deletes, that's fine. But some of the stuff is not that great. So it's a sort of a, and no commentary is going to get things 100% right. Okay, we'll go be careful about that too. A commentary is a starting point. It's a starting point. That's why you consult more than one commentary. Whenever you do your preaching and teaching, you generally use 5 commentaries or more. So treat commentaries like a starting point, not the final destination. There's a terrible statistic that it's like there's like 90% of pastors use 0 to 1 commentaries when they do their sermons. 0 to 1. Yeah, that's not sufficient. Not sufficient for the preaching ministry. So yeah, it's pretty bad. There's a reason why the state of preaching is what it is today. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries from 199. Thank you for the super chat. Where's the myth of Job being the oldest book from? I'm not sure where that myth originates. It's definitely a myth, though. There's no important scholar today that really thinks Job is the oldest book anymore. It does seem to come out of a lot of say more say fundamentalist or traditional teachings, but I don't think anyone thinks it's the oldest anymore. That's a serious scholar. Alexis, wait, people think that? Oh yeah, it's still repeated. Yeah, yeah, I've heard it. I've heard that myth that Job is the oldest book of the Bible. Yeah, and I'm not sure where they get it from either. You know, because you look at the context of the book of Job, and it's clearly Iron Age. It's got to be Iron Age. So yeah, there's still people passing around that myth, and I don't think there's any doubt it's Iron Age. Mama says you only recently disillusioned me from that, Dr. Falk. Well, I think that's a good thing. You learned something, right? That's a good thing. Learning's good. We all want to learn. We all should learn. I'm learning. Like in this last year. Yeah, that's why we do this. We do this so you learn. And we learn in the process too. You know, we believe that the best way to be a good teacher is to be an excellent student. If you're not still a student as a teacher, you're not progressing. You're well, you're my favorite disillusionist. Let's put that like that. Okay. Most people just get angry at me when I do that. Dark Blade. I suspected of it being Iron Age ever since I read the mention of iron in it. Well, that does help. The fact is that it talks about the Arameans too, the Chaldeans. And, you know, those are... You have to be post-Mitanni to do that, for that to be possible. So, if it's post-Mitanni, then you're talking Iron Age. So, you do... There's enough clues in there to figure it out. Barbecuing sacred cows. Well, it says I like beef. I like beef too. Personally, beef is my favorite. I love beef. And I eat my steaks rare. Blue rare. Jack Ray, expose children to Dr. Falk, crush Santa and other things. Then you look like the hero because you're not him. Thank you, Jack. Nice to know we're appreciated. Yeah. Okay, let's get to the next super chat here. Also from AT Ministries for $4.99. Is partialism only a heresy if you believe in divine simplicity? Does it not apply in the case to the essence energies distinction? Well, it's one of those things where divine simplicity and essence energies distinction isn't necessarily mutually exclusive. Okay? You can have divine simplicity and still have the essence energy distinction. Okay? That just means that the essence has divine simplicity. So it's not just it's not a exclusive thing here. Now, with that said, there are some issues with divine simplicity. And this is why a lot of, say, evangelical scholars are now sort of walking back from divine simplicity. And I don't think it's partialism that's causing that walk back. I think that's more a problem of identity. Because one of the things with divine simplicity is it pushes towards the dissolution of identity. And without identity, you don't have hypostases. And then you don't have persons. And if you don't have persons, you don't have Trinity. So, it's not that partialism itself is going to be itself a problem for both divine simplicity and for the essence energy distinction. But divine simplicity takes it to an additional step that the essence energy distinction doesn't. So that's where I would sort of say draw the line here. Partialism could be a problem for both, no doubt. But in the case of the energy essence distinction, it's going to be related to the essence, not the energies. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you again for the super chat. Last week I asked what functional creation means. It's what John Walton says God did in Genesis 1-2, not a material creation. Okay. Okay, now that you've given me a little context here, now I know what you mean. Okay. Now, Walton is going to say that there's a myth of history. Okay, there's a myth of history that Genesis 1-2 is basically retelling creation in this religious temple myth. Okay, he believes there's an actual creation. Okay, but what's being portrayed in Genesis is that you're seeing creation laid out in terms of function and form, not as far as an iteration of the created order. Okay? So it's a matter for him of it being a way of explaining it more than how it actually came about. So it's not asking scientific questions. And Walton's definitely not going to go into this whole into science of the created order. That's not his thing. He thinks that's an irrelevant question, and I agree with him. It is an irrelevant question. Now, this gets the young Earth creationists' pants in a knot. But, you know, they should gird up their loins. Okay, but essentially he's basically saying that there's a functionality to the layout of the cosmographic temple in Genesis 1-2. So, he definitely leans to that functional creation model, not a material creation model, and I agree with him on this. I think he's right. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. But I'm going to add one other thing too. That doesn't mean there wasn't a material creation also. And that's an important point. There could still be a material creation while having a functional creation. You can have both. And what he's basically saying is Genesis 1 to 2 is a functional creation. But that does not in any way exclude a material creation as well. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Saw Prince of Egypt. Guess how that went? Laugh out loud. Hey, what? You mean Moses didn't just break out in song everywhere? I have a hard time believing that didn't happen. You know, you got some plagues? Break out into more musical scores. That makes everything better. Yeah, the hordes of frogs always make me sing. Oh, yeah, it's got a great soundtrack. Absolutely. Jack Ray says, was Prince of Egypt a royal mess? Well, it was a musical. Great musical. Kinda dodgy exegesis. Exegetical apologetics. I am a firm believer in the supplementarian Moses song hypothesis. Yeah. Yeah, Alexa says definitely a musical. Yeah, it was. I mean, essentially, it was a musical. And I wouldn't use this to train your kids on the Exodus, but it can be a fun watch. It can be a fun watch. You know, I think this is one of those movies where you can watch it with your kids and then just say, hey, okay, we've watched this. Let's take a step back and see how is it correct. Great teaching moment. It should be used as a teaching moment. So I don't dissuade parents from showing their kids a Prince of Egypt. I just tell them, hey, you know, give them some guidance with it. Give them some guidance and let them, you know, show them where it differs from the Bible. And, you know, use it as a teaching tool. Use it as a teaching tool. And it could be a perfectly good thing, yeah. So, it's just in hot water. Yeah. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you very much for it. And yeah, I can guess how that went. I can guess how that went. Oh yeah, yeah. I will admit that the song, the opening song, there was actually a really good parody of it. Those songs too. Uh, what had to do with a Sith Lord. Yeah, somebody changed the entire words to the song to. Oh, it's a good parody. I don't remember the parody. See if I can find it quickly. If I can. I mean, it's just. If I can't, we will look at it for some other time. Lord. Shit. It's the Google Translate sings the plagues from the Prince of Egypt. See, I'll just pop this in the chat. This is hysterical. Okay. There you go. What this person did was they would take the songs from various things and put the lyrics through Google Translate 10 times over. So they would translate it into one language and then take that and take that translation and put it through Google Translate again and over and over and over again. And you'd get these really warped songs. So... and they did that to the Prince of Egypt one. So... Alexa says, hang on, I'm about to see this laugh out loud. Okay, so Prince of Egypt, great soundtrack, dubious history. Watch it with your kids, but also give them some guidance with it as well. Okay. AT Ministries for $1.99, sponsoring a Dr. Falk to ask his producer a question. Laugh out loud. Did you send me my question? Okay, there's the answer. That is a cheat, isn't it? Okay. We'll probably make these producer questions off limits in the future, but it was fun while it lasted. All right, next one here is from Billy Ningen. Thank you for the super chat. Good evening, Dr. Falk. Good evening, Billy. Genesis 14:6 mentions the Horites, the Hurrians. Is this another geographic identifier or an anachronism? Let's take a look at Genesis 14 here. Genesis 14, verse 6. And the Horites in their Mount Seir as far as El Paran, which is in the wilderness. Okay. Horites here are not Hurrians. Okay? They're different people. Okay? Hurrians and Horites are different. Horites are people from Mount Hor, which is better known, which is another name for Mount Seir. They're Edomites, possibly Shasu. Okay? So, that's what the Horites are. They are around that area of Mount Seir in Edom. Okay? Hurrians are the remains of the Mitanni Empire, which is much further north. So, Jonathan Walker, aren't the Hurrians the Hivites? No, they're not. Again, this is a different group again. The Hivites are near the area of Dan, and they're in a really small area. So, they're sort of between Dan and Kadesh on the Orontes. So they're upper central Canaan. Okay? So the north central Canaan. Oh, Johnny Walker, too many age groups. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is one of the reasons why we did our video last week, is because people are getting these things confused all the time. Unfortunately, we missed a few groups. So... we missed the Midianites, and we missed the Horites. And the Horites are essentially, as I said, they're essentially Edomites. They're in that area around Edom. So they're basic. The Horites are basically your pre-Edomites. The Hivites, again, north central Levant. The Hurrians are in Syria. And they're the remains of the Naharaim, the Mitanni Empire. Okay? So, we got 3 different age groups. Hivites, Horites, and Hurrians. And they're all different. Okay? Oh, and Hittites too. Yes, there's also the Hittites. They're Anatolians. Okay? They're from Asia Minor. Turkey. So, yeah. All sorts of fun with these H names. Alexis, that vid was an experience. Quote, you call me father. Do you really hate me? Took me out. Oh, the fun of Google Translate. Okay. So, back to the question here. It is a geographic, it's a geographic identifier. It's not an anachronism. The reference in Genesis 14 is not an anachronism. It is a geographic identifier. Okay? It's not even an ethnonym. It's a geographic identifier. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I want to thank Jack Ray for 10 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much. Again, this really supports the channel, and we're so grateful. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. And he gave another 10 Egypt and Bible memberships. Again, thank you so very much for this. We so appreciate your support of the channel. And then another 5. Well, thank you so much. And another 10. Oh, Jack's on a roll tonight. Okay, wow. Okay, BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Could it be that the 1st century Judeans spoke Greek? Could evidence for this be that certain phrases such as Talitha cum and Eloi Eloi are recorded in languages other than Greek? Why is this done? Okay. One of the things we kind of have to understand here is that polyglottism in the ancient world was fairly normal. We don't, in our modern day, polyglottism is sort of the exception, but in, say, less developed countries, it was much more normal than it is today. We still see this in certain places in Europe, like in Switzerland. Your barmaid in Switzerland speaks 4 languages. You know, she's gonna speak German, French, English, probably Plattdeutsch as well. She's gonna speak 4 languages because it's a crossroads. So anytime you have a place where there's a crossroads of trade, crossroads for military, you're going to get a much more polyglottism. Yeah. Emily says, my dad speaks 4 languages, born in Romania. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My grandfather, who was born in Ukraine, he spoke Russian. He spoke Hochdeutsch, High German, and Plattdeutsch, Low German, closer to Dutch today. And he spoke, what else did he speak? Oh, he spoke English. Okay, not very well, but he did speak English. Okay. So yeah, he spoke 4 languages. and he had I think his education was grade 2. So, hi Patui. Yeah. Yeah, Patui says, yeah. Patui says the famous temple warning inscription was written only in Greek, which assumes a regional level of bare basic Greek competency. Yeah, and I'd say so. Greek had been around in Judea for a long time by the 1st century. Okay. It had been there since Alexander the Great, trucked on through. So it'd been there for 3 centuries. People were speaking Greek in Judea for 3 centuries at that point. So there's it's a mix of languages. That whole area is a mix, is a mosaic of a half dozen languages. You had, of course, the Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, but you also had Latin coming in and Egemean, and possibly even some other foreign dialects come in. So it's an entire melting pot. Like, I think Alloy is Aramaic, but you do see this sort of cross fertilization of language. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But this is very common, very, very common in crossroads communities, especially in the ancient world, and frankly, still is today. Still common in today. Okay, next one here is from Andreas Forster for 27.99 Canadian. Thank you very much for that super chat. Non-scholarly myths, oversimplifications, or outright lies are rampant on YouTube and the internet in general. Tell me about it. How can scholars better fight back against misinformation? Do you ever feel overwhelmed by this problem? All the time. Okay. We spend a lot of our channel time fighting these myths. Okay. We have a lot of problems, say, with the Ron Wyatt guys, who basically there's no evidence for any of his discoveries, and yet people are always saying, oh yeah, Ron Wyatt, he's the epitome of archaeology. I don't have to deal so much with, say, the flat earthers. I do have to deal with the ancient aliens guys. Okay? And I do have to deal sometimes with some like the conscious community too. So, there's various different myths that sort of enters into YouTube space. And YouTube space is just a match to gasoline when it comes to this stuff. So that's the one thing about YouTube, is it's a great platform for information, but it's also a great platform for misinformation. And it is a problem. It is a problem, especially when you deal with people who may not know the information, and don't want to know the information. Because one of the problems too with YouTube is it can act as a bubble chamber, as an echo chamber. It creates a what they call the Google bubble. Okay? It's very interesting when you sometimes do searches in Google. You will sometimes get a different Google result on a search in your regular browser versus a private, or a what's it called? What are those called? Private window browser. Okay? You'll get 2 different YouTube results and Google results. So the thing is, if you are somebody who has, say, a predilection towards, say, see these myths or oversimplifications or outright lies, YouTube is really happy to feed those lies back to you in an echo chamber. Because for them, it's about advertising dollars. If they can feed you those lies, they know how to redirect those advertising dollars. And for them, that's what this is about. It's about money. Not about truth. It's not about information. It's about money. Google is an advertising company. It's an advertising company. It's an ad company. That's what it is. Okay? And if you don't understand that about Google and YouTube, YouTube is not a video company. It's an advertising company. It's a company that makes money off of ads, which it adds to videos. That's what it is. And yeah, Alphabet Corporation. That's the parent. That's the shell corp. Yeah. So it's going to do, the algorithm is going to do whatever it takes to keep you hooked, to keep you watching. It'll also want to slowly shift your opinion too, but that's kind of a secondary thing. Like they really want you to believe certain things, but they're going to make that more gradual because they don't want to lose your watching time either. So yeah, you'll find that your incognito windows are going to produce very different results on Google than, say, your regular browsers. So that's something to keep in mind if you're thinking that Google is hiding a result from you. Try an incognito window, see if that works. Okay, so yes, it's a constant problem for our channel. All of this, we do try to get out better information, but it is overwhelming, and there isn't enough of us. Put simply, there's not enough of us doing it. So yeah, it can be very frustrating sometimes. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Count of Marcy, is Moloch an ancient demonic god or ritual fire sacrifice? It's probably the latter. Here's the thing. It used to be thought that it was a deity, okay, because of the etymological link between Moloch and Melech. Melech being the Semitic word for king. Okay, but nowadays, with all we know about, say, archaeology of the ancient Near East, it's now seen as a ritual, basically a child sacrifice. It's a burnt child sacrifice. One of the reasons why most scholars have come to that conclusion now is because we don't find it worshipped as a god anywhere. You don't find it in seals. You don't find it in ritual texts. You don't find it anywhere. So it looks like it's much more likely to be a practice than a deity. So yeah, I mean, we do find for most of the deities of the ancient Near East some semblance of their names in seal impressions, that sort of thing. And there's a lot of seal impressions that have been found now from Levant. So we just don't find Moloch in that thing, in that category. So it just does seem to be a ritual fire practice. Yeah, burnt infant sacrifices is what it is. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And thank you for your support of the channel. We couldn't do this without you. So we really appreciate your support. All right, JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. What do you think about the tradition of John being plunged into boiling oil but miraculously escaped escaped unscathed. Well, I think it makes sense of why they exiled him instead of just killing him outright. Because to boil a guy in oil and then he comes out unscathed would be a scary proposition. So, is it true? Is that story true? Hard to say. We're not sure. It does show up in some of the works of the early historians. How solid a tradition it is, hard to say. It's hard to say. We can't be sure. I mean, he could have been just exiled because the governor didn't like him, but couldn't find grounds to execute him. So, I don't have any reason to say, well, this couldn't have happened. I also don't have any reason to say that it did happen either. The closest we're going to get is the historians that repeat the tradition, but how reliable that tradition is, I don't know. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Was Muhammad given a false revelation by a demon, or was he just a liar? Oh, I gotta be careful with a question like this. Okay? I'm an Egyptologist. I still occasionally work in Egypt. They don't like people coming out. Islam is one of those topics I kind of gotta be very, very cautious about. Especially if I want to work in Egypt. If I ever want to dig, that would sort of be a career-limiting move. So, so it wouldn't be profitable for me to speculate here. I will say this, that it does contradict, Muhammad does contradict biblical revelation. It absolutely does. And even they will say that. Even they will say it contradicts the Bible. So how do you have both the Quran and the Bible be sacred scripture? It's not really possible. One's got to give way to the other. So, Keeps Learning says, ask David Wood, not David Falk. Yeah, this is a question you better ask David Wood. He's an expert on this. He's an expert on this. David Wood is an expert on Islam. Okay, I'm not. And I've got, as I say, I got some skin, unfortunately, in that game where I have to be careful what I say about Islam. So, that's probably the best I can do for you. Could be either, could be something else, but whatever the case, the Quran contradicts the Bible, and we can leave it at that. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. JCM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is the biblically accurate process of getting married? There isn't one. Okay? But there is a process that the Israelites used to do. And we're going to talk about that. This is one of those things that's more descriptive than prescriptive. So, we're not always told the details of marriage processes. And, like, for example, in ancient Egypt, we have almost no idea how weddings were done. They were never recorded. We have a little better idea, say, in Israelites society, how marriage was done. Which is basically contract negotiation. It's always contract negotiation. Yeah, this is a legal thing. This is a legal thing. Now, the way the legalities worked was the two groups of parents, two sets of parents, came together and formed a contract. Okay? Yeah. The couple getting married had no say in this. Okay? So this is a contractual relationship between parents. Okay? Yes. For first marriages and young marriages, these are all arranged. These are all arranged marriages. Only when, say, the children hit their, say, either their 30s or are widowed or something along that line, does it become a arrangement between individuals. But most first marriages in Israel were arranged. And the parents would get together, they'd sign out a contract, and then the groom would go build a house. That was his job. For the next while, he built a house. And once he finished the house, then he came and collected his bride. Now, it's at that point, when he comes to collect the bride, that the wedding takes place. And Levites could perform weddings. Okay, you didn't need a full priest for this, but a Levite could officiate a wedding. And the wedding itself was put on by the bride's family. Okay, the bride's family would put on the wedding, and then they would spend the first night in the bride's house, or in the bride's parents' house. Okay, so there would also be a marriage suite, a marriage suite in the bride's house, the bride's parents' house. Okay, so they would spend the first night there. After that, the married couple will then move into the house that the groom made. So that was how it worked in ancient Israel. So again, contract, house, wedding, honeymoon at the bride's parents' place, and then and by the way, the bride's parents kept the sheets. This is also a detail too. Because some part of these contracts were that this was her first time. Okay? So the parents kept the wedding sheets as proof of her chastity. Okay? Yeah. Okay? So, and it does beat the English customs, doesn't it? Where everyone watched. So this was proof that the parents had the bride's parents had proof that she was chaste before marriage, and that the marriage was consummated. Alexis watched? Oh yeah, a lot of cultures in Europe did that. Yeah, that happened. Yeah, it was proof. Yeah, they on the first wedding night there were like this happened in a lot of royal families too. Like the Emperor of Russia. You know, when he took a bride, they watched to see that the marriage was consummated.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Alexis says, thank God I'm living in this century. Yeah, absolutely. So, but that's sort of how ancient Israelites did their weddings. So, hope that helped. I hope you found that interesting. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here.
So much as the main point of marriage.
Okay. Emily asks, does this have a throwback to fertility pagan rites? Not really.
It's pragmatic.
No.
Are you going to produce?
Yeah, it's a pragmatic thing. It's a pragmatic thing as much as a contractual thing. So, it's not a throwback to pagan fertility rites. It's just, is the groom getting what he's paying for? Is he getting what's been contracted? Is there assurance that there's going to be children? Okay, so, I mean, there could become a point where, say, the groom said, well, the marriage was never consummated, so out you go.
It was guaranteed for the bride.
Yeah, it was a guarantee for the bride too. It's a guarantee for the bride too. And that way, in the case of that, it's like, okay, parents have the proof that the marriage was consummated. Once the marriage was consummated, you're married. That's the final piece of the marriage. No consummation, no marriage. So that was an essential part of it.
Witness guarantor. That
Yeah.
for both sides.
Yeah, Emily says, oh, so it's to have witness guarantors. Yeah, exactly, for both sides. This was a guarantee for both sides. Because here's the thing. If the bride's parents say she was a virgin, and the marriage is consummated, and the group says, wait, she wasn't a virgin, the parents have to provide proof she was a virgin. If they don't have the bed sheets, no proof. No proof. So these were as much contractual things as anything else. Alexis asked the question, what if she broke her before from like playing sport or something? Wasn't as big of a problem in the ancient world. In the ancient world, women were not big sports players. Okay? So it just wasn't as big an issue. So it didn't happen as often. Okay. Next super chat here is from JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Can a person with NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, be a Christian? Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
You can, if you know you're narcissistic,
yeah,
a lot of CEOs take that, shape it.
Yeah. Look, narcissistic personality disorder can be modeled, shaped, and the acts can be forgiven. A psychopath can become a Christian. For them, like David Wood talk about this. He's clinically a psychopath. He doesn't have a conscience, and he knows this, and this is not secret. So, he talks about this on his channel a lot. Okay, it's a guy who just doesn't care. Okay, but for him, what he says is that repentance for him is an intellectual thing. He doesn't feel remorse, but he knows he should feel remorse. And for him, he will repent of the activity on an intellectual level. So, it's absolutely possible for somebody who's a psychopath or somebody with narcissistic personality disorder to become a Christian. absolutely possible. And it's even possible for them to repent. Okay? Hmm? I have no idea if he repented or not. I think he was killed in prison. I don't think he got much of a chance to repent. I mean, they got rid of him fast.
Things I think too many people are labeled. Too many people adopt labels who don't.
Well,
but it does help us understand.
Yeah, let's not go into the label question because I don't think that really applies here.
It can help you.
Yeah. Being diagnosed with this, though, can help you manage it. It can bring it to your attention. But again, it's one of those things where, yes, you can be aware that on an intellectual, a completely different level, an emotional level, you might not feel guilt. You might not feel that you've done wrong. You might not care. But you, on a different level, might know you've done wrong. There's still the intellectual knowledge of knowing if you've done right or wrong. So somebody with psychopathological, inclinations or narcissistic inclinations can know they've done wrong. And even if they don't feel that they've done wrong, they can understand that. They can understand they did wrong, and they can repent from it. And if they can repent, they can become a Christian. So it's completely possible. Completely possible. It doesn't happen often, but it is possible. Okay, so I hope it helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated.
That's it. You know, and a lot of us live our life.
Yeah. Okay, Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. In your video, K9 video, you compare the Amalekites, Genesis 14:7, to the Luca. Can you explain this? Who are the parasites? Could you do a video over all the groups in the Old Testament? Well, that's a pretty tall order, but this was just meant to be a primer to give you sort of an idea of it. Okay? Now, the parasites are just a hybridized Amorite group of Amorites and Canaanites that have that lived in the Judean foothills and in Ephraim. Okay, so that's what's meant there. Now, in the case of the Amalekites, you have to sort of explain two things here: who are the Luca, and who are the Amalekites? Okay. Now, in the case of the Luca gets their start in Lycia, and that's a province in Anatolia. Now they start moving down the coastal plain in the mid 14th century. Okay, their first attempts to invade are in Alatia, which is modern Cyprus. Okay, so they attempt to invade Cyprus, but they don't succeed. But we do get reports of that from Elamarna 38. But afterwards, we start seeing them start traveling down the coastal plain. And we get reports of that in the letters or in the documents of Merneptah, Ramses II, and they spread out down the coastal plain and into the Negev, which is the desert. They also, by the time of Merneptah, travel over to Libya. So they get around. And they persist even until the time of the Onomasca of Amamope. So you're well into the Iron Age at that point. So they travel further, faster, and farther than other sea people groups. So we know the Luca are a sea people group. That much we're sure of. We're absolutely sure of the identification of the Luca as a sea people group. It's identified even in, say, the records of Ramses III. And we know their territorial range. Okay? So, again, down that coastal plain, into the Negev, probably east into Arad, and west to Libya. Okay? So that's the Luca. Now, the Amaluka. The word Amalekite comes from, it's a combination of words. Laika, okay? Or the Luki, okay? People of the Luki. So, Luki is just another etymological name for the Luca. And when we see it in the Amarna letters, it's spelled very similar. It's the same etymology of Luca. So, in Hebrew, it's Lamed, Kof. In the Amarna letters, it's also Lamed Kof. So, basically a double Kof, but same thing. Okay, so we do find that etymology in both the Amarna letters and in, say, the Israelite things. Now then, the question is, are those Amaluka the same as the Luca? Well, the question, the sort of the pushback to this is that is the Judges text, where it talks about Ephraim having a kinship relations with the Amalekites and the peoples of the East. Okay? Now, here's the thing. By the time that's written, the Luca have already well spread inland. So they're moving back up the Judean foothills through the plain of Arad. So it would be very, very strange if you had both a Luca and an Amaluka in the same place. Really strange. Okay? So these people got around. I mean, there's no question that the Luca got around. They're traveling in places that, you know, you wouldn't expect to see people to be. You would not expect them to be both in Libya and in the Sinai, in on the coastal plain. You just wouldn't expect that. So they're starting off earlier than the other sea peoples. Okay? Much earlier than, say, the Sheridan or the Peliset. They're also going farther as well. So the whole, and even as I say, even the etymology of Amaluka, is the word for people. Okay? It's the word for people. So, people of the Luki. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. This is one of those things I really need to write a peer-reviewed paper on in my copious free time. But I haven't gotten to it yet. So, Jonathan Walker. So, two terms of the same people occurring in the same places. Yeah, pretty much it. So, as I said, it's one of those things that Emily Tedesca, laka in Hebrew means to receive lashes, to be eclipsed, or be defective. Interesting. Well, in the case of this, though, one of the things we have to keep in mind, though, is that laka has a terminal hey. Okay, or hate. I think it's hey. But in the case of, say, Amaleki, it doesn't. There's no terminal hey. Okay, so it's not the same etymology. So we gotta be a little careful about that. In fact, it's a lot of scholars have said there's no known etymology for Amaluka because they never found one. Okay? So, but there is an Akkadian. You know, Luki is an Akkadian. You know, so Amaluki is in the Hebrew. Luki is in the Akkadian. It's in the Amarna letters. So we have a one-to-one etymological relationship there. Then you also then have the geographic relationship too. Okay, so Jonathan, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Great question. JCM for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Is an upside down cross evil? No, it's not. It's the cross of St. Peter. Nobody ever thought the upside down cross was evil until the Church of Satan started using it in the 19th century. Or is it the early 20th century even? I forget, when did the Church of Satan start? But yeah, it's the cross of Peter, the upside down cross, and it's really ironic that the Church of Satan would use an upside down cross, because the upside down cross was always symbolized the humility of the saints. It never represented anything evil. Yeah.
To be hung upside down because, like, worthy.
Yeah.
To die the same way.
Yeah. The reason why the upside down cross was adopted, as my producer just said, is because Peter did not want to be crucified like his Lord. So there's, I mean, this is just, again, an appropriated symbol. It's an appropriated symbol used to try to change what the original symbol meant. So it's a...
And Alexa said, where would the Church of Satan be?
Oh, yeah. She say that. I see it. Okay. Alexis adds, where would the Church of Satan be without Christianity? LMAO. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Church of Satan would be nowhere. I mean, it's an inversion. It's an inversion. But it's not even a true inversion. It's, I mean, the Church of Satan is essentially an elitist religion. It's an elitist religion. And it doesn't even believe in Satan. This is one of the things people get wrong about the Church of Satan. Satanism has nothing to do with Satan, except as a figurehead. It's a figurehead of putting oneself first. Pride. That's what the Church of Satan is. It's an elitist religion where you put yourself first. It doesn't actually believe in Satan. And all the ceremonies within the Church of Satan are just that. They're basically trappings of self-deification. Yeah, it's ultimate narcissism. Yeah, well, that's the problem with the Church of Satan too, is because it is full of narcissists who there's no cohesion. There's no common interest. It's who can use whom first. Jay says here, please have your publishers reprint more of your books. Only 2 are available on Amazon at the moment. You're the best. We don't control that. There was a time when it ran out. I remember this when it's like the first year that that my book went to print. Couldn't get it for love or money. All the publishers had stopped, had sold out. And we can't tell them that. That basically, they print when they get orders. So until Amazon puts in some more orders, they're probably not going to print more. But so I hope that helps. Unfortunately, again, we don't have any control over the book. Deacon says, I didn't know you had a book. You didn't? guess we don't pitch it very often, do we? We're not really good at marketing. We're terrible at marketing our own stuff. Hmm? No. Let's say that. Just grab it here. Yes, this is the book. This is the book we wrote. I wrote. The Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context, an illustrated journey. It's full of cool, beautiful pictures. Original pictures. Bunny rabbit. So absolutely, this is our book, and it's about the context of the Ark of the Covenant and sort of where the whole idea of an ark originates from, and how it relates to, say, Egyptian ritual processional furniture. So, fantastic book, I hope. We've gotten great reviews on it, but it does sell out from time to time. And again, we don't have control over that. That's one of those things where, Bunny Raptor for the win. So, when it does run out at the publishers, they have to put in more orders, and then the publisher will either ship them out or print more. I have no idea how many have been even printed, to be honest. I have no clue. They haven't told me. So, from what I tell, they now do just-in-time printing anyway, so... Yeah. So, and nothing I can do can push the process either. So that's the other thing, too. Cool. Jackery says, I bought it for myself, then bought it as a gift for my sister-in-law, who loves most things ancient Egypt. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, they do make excellent gifts. They're good coffee table books, because the pictures are just really came out stunning. So, and the publisher did a really good job of printing it. This is one of the reasons why I kind of tell people, if you're going to get the book, get the hard print. This is one of those books that's much better hard print than electronic. And I say that despite my best interests, okay? I actually get more money out of the electronic books than I do out of the hard print. A lot more money. So I get so it's not in my vested interest to promote the hard print over the electronic, but the hardcover copy just looks so much better. So much better. The pictures are fabulous. And it really is a kind of picture book, as well as having lots of good information.
And that was by design.
Yeah. Yeah, we designed it that way. We wanted to make a book that not only was something that had good information, but something people enjoyed, that looked good on your coffee table, that you prize for years to come. Darkblade, why is that? Middleman taking cuts or something? Yeah, it's like that.
Oh,
yeah.
The seller gets.
Yeah, the seller gets most of the money. So, most of the money actually is, YouTube gets most of the money. Or not YouTube, Amazon. Amazon gets the most of the money. The publisher gets the next biggest share. Then finally the author. And it's not very much. I think I get something like $1.20 off of every book. I think that's what I get. I get a lot more on the electronic ones because there's no printing charges. Okay? So because there's no printing charges, the publisher's more generous with me. So So yeah, that's the reason. Okay. Jay asked, would you be opening to commissioning an official Dr. Falk infographic poster with your key data points of an accurate chronology of the Exodus? Um, I don't know. People don't buy our posters very much. Um, our merch store does not get a lot of traffic. So we kind of are going, well, okay. Yeah, we got a merch store. We don't really pitch it. People don't buy. I mean, I don't think anyone bought the last one. I can just check here, but I have my doubts. Yeah, no one bought the last one, so it's like, okay. Yeah, so our merch store doesn't really do very well. It's just not something that people are really into for in our community. We do the merch store um for the convenience of the community, but the community itself um just doesn't resonate with them, which is kind of too bad because there's some cool stuff on there.
We do it.
We do it because it's fun. Uh, like I still got the picture of the mug up here. Like for example, one of my favorites. This is one of my favorites: the biblically accurate death threat. But only like 2 people bought the mug. So it's like, okay, yeah, we could do this stuff. But nobody buys it. So it's like we're not going to put a lot of effort into stuff nobody buys, essentially.
It might.
Yeah. If it might end up doing an infographic at some point, but it would be along these lines. It would be something where we would say, okay, we've got a book. Like, for example, when we do say our book on the Exodus, which we're still doing, still planning, I got to get that proposal out. But once we do the Exodus book, then we have all the pictures and all the graphics already. After that, then doing an infographic poster is not such a big deal. Doing one before all that work, though, is. So, um, so it's one of those things where we sort of have to weigh our time. We have to weigh our time. What's it worth our time doing? What's not? In the case of doing the map of the peoples of the ancient Near East, we had that done for the video.
Somebody probably.
Might be.
That's like getting it.
No, okay. Shem Rufus Centone says probably he meant that he will pay so that thing will be done. Okay. Well, we are open to that. We do commission work. We've done commission work before. So, yeah, we're open to that prospect. So, I mean, if that's what you meant, then maybe, yeah. Bubble Machine, how big is the mug? I have a rather large Hello Kitty mug next to me, and I want to compare. It's a regular sized mug, so it's size. Okay, it's your regular sort of coffee mug. Oh, and this is one of our the Bible coffee mugs. If it was a different color, I'd buy it. I'd laugh out loud like purple. I'd have to see. They do come in other colors. Well, not the black one. The black one doesn't. This particular mug, the Mr. EC one, comes in various colors, but you'd have to look at Teespring to see what we offer there for that. Unfortunately, to get the really dark black ones, they can only come in a bit black or white. Okay, so you kind of have to choose the color for these ones. They also offer a different kind of mug where it's because it's not the whole thing that they color; it's only sort of the outside of it. So, does the store have badges, buttons, patches? I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't think they have patches. They might have or buttons. They might. I know they have stickers. I know they have stickers, but that's not the same. I mean, iron-on patches would be cool. We're kind of limited in what sort of merchandise Teespring offers. So it's not as a diverse store as, say, some other manufacturers. The main advantage is that they are well integrated with YouTube. You know, their partner.
It doesn't cost us any.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing too. There's no upfront costs to us for using Teespring. Again, because it's a partner with them. Mama says my teenagers really like buttons as badges as well. Well, I can look into it. I don't know if it's viable, but we'll look into it and we'll see. Okay. All right. Next super chat is from Mechanique for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Perhaps the details are unknown, but can you compare Zechariah 1:10 and 4:10? This apparent similarity interests me. Okay, let's take a look. Got a lot of questions on Zechariah in the last couple weeks. Very interesting. Funny how these things sort of rise and fall. You know, we've been doing this now for 4 years, and it's like the first like we've had now like 4 weeks of Zechariah questions. So cool. All right, and the man who was standing in the myrtle trees answered, "These are those whom the Lord has sent to patrol the earth." Okay. Talking about the horsemen. And then 4:10. For who has despised the days of small things, but these 7 will be glad to see when they see the plumb line in the hand of Zerubbabel, and the eyes of the Lord will range to and fro throughout the earth. Okay, to and fro from the earth. And 1:10 again. Yeah, so that whole idea of patrol the earth and true and walk the earth versus true and fro. It does seem to be a common theme in Zechariah of these things. You know, the horsemen and you know, patrolling the earth. You know, looking to steal peace and assert God's wrath. Okay, so I think that is common language between Zechariah 1:10 and 4:10. But anything more than that, it's hard to say. So you'd probably have to give me a little more detail on what you think the similarity is for me to comment further. But there is a similarity between the two texts. There's no doubt about it. But again, this is probably common vernacular for Zechariah. So he's using this as a common phrase. And so this is an interesting point because we do find that authors have pet phrases they enjoy. Mechanique says, I just meant similar language. Yeah, that is actually a very good point, is that similarity of language. That similarity of language is true in Zechariah. But as I said too, authors commonly do this. They have their pet phrases. In fact, one of the things is you have to be careful sometimes that as an author, especially a fiction author, that there's pet phrases that people do use. And you have to be cognizant of that. So, it's one of those things that that can be used to establish that you have the same author throughout a particular text. So, yeah, it is neat. I totally admit that is neat, that there is that similarity of language in Zechariah. So it does sort of one of those things that inadvertently speaks to single authorship here. So that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Bubble Machine asks, did you know that you can crochet plushies? Blink, 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 blink. What, you want plushies of Mr. EC? Or the Velociraptor? Oh, we would love to do stuffed animals on the channel, a Mr. EC stuffed animal. Oh, by the way, if we do see you at ETS in San Diego, Mr. EC will be with us. Mr. EC comes with us to ETS. It was a real riot at ETS because we had scholars come up to us and want to get selfies with Mr. EC. It's hysterically funny. Mr. EC stocking stuffers. Daughter of the Most High, do I need to watch the bunny video to get the joke? No, you don't. The Velociraptor, it's the music on this channel is all done by Velociraptor. Okay? That's the name of the it's my musical pen name. Yeah, Velociraptor is my, well, Mr. EC does look like a bit like a frog. He's actually meant to look like Gorgias Katsulas, the guy with the big hair on Ancient Aliens. But Velociraptor was I used to go to a church where if you had musical talent, they would sort of try to rope you into the music ministry. So if people had found out when I went to that church that I had musical talent, it would be, well, why aren't you performing on stage? Okay.
You're only allowed to do these.
And they would only want you to do a certain style of music. We don't do that. I'm a composer mostly, and I'm not a performer. So because I'm not a performer, I use my guitar essentially for composition purposes. But all the music on our channel is done by me. Okay? But I had to go by this pen name for a long time so that the church didn't find out. So yeah. Of course, now I'm at a church that doesn't care. So once I was sort of freed of that restriction, I could let it be known that Velocirabbit was me. Okay? So, but that's the story behind Velocirabbit. And Velocirabbit does have a web page. I think it's called velocirabbit.club, I believe. But very few people go to it. Okay, so now you know about Velocirabbit. As far as Mr. EC, he's the puppet in the back there that does the could-be stuff on some of the popcorn reviews. Okay, so he's the sign of or the symbol of the empty conjecture. So whenever you see Mr. EC, Mr. Empty Conjecture pop up, he is he's the symbol of all of that sort of sterile conjecture, empty conjecture, you name it. Okay. So that's a bit about the lore. This channel is full of lore. In fact, we even did a whole video once on channel lore. So, yeah, we're going to have to do another update because we've had some more lore come up. Like Chad GPT. Yeah, that one is hysterical. But yeah, if you want to know more about the lore, we have a whole video on ancient Egypt and the Bible lore. So, okay, so next super chat here is from JCM for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Both Moses and Elijah climbed Mount Horeb to commune with God. Were they talking to Jesus during the Transfiguration, or was the Transfiguration just another way of Jesus saying he's God? That's a tough question because I'm not sure how that relates to Mount Horeb. Mount Horeb is Mount Sinai. It's the same thing. So that's what's meant by Mount Horeb. It's Mount Sinai. So Moses and Elijah climb Mount Horeb to commune with God. Okay. Were they talking to Jesus during the Transfiguration? Or was the Transfiguration just another way of Jesus saying he's God? It is a demonstration of his divinity. That's really what what the point of the Transfiguration is. It's the demonstration of the divinity of Jesus. And Moses and Elijah are there to basically put their stamp of approval on Jesus. Basically saying, yeah, we know this guy. Yeah. Yeah, we know this guy. So that's the reason Moses and Elijah are there, is to give basically the prophetic stamp of approval. Yeah, people won't believe God puts a stamp of approval on Jesus, but they'll believe Moses and Elijah, right? It's kind of backward thinking, but is the way human beings do think. God, I'm not that familiar with. This Moses guy? Yeah, sure. They knew Moses. So, Jesus getting his blue check mark. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. That's what the Transfiguration is. It's Jesus getting his blue check mark. Old prophet style. How do you know a guy's a prophet? Another prophet vouches for you. Yeah. How do you know some guy is an apostle? Another apostle vouches for you. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is the blue check mark for messiahship. How do you know Jesus is the Messiah? Well, Elijah and Moses show up. And they talk to the apostles. Okay. There you go. There's your Messiah. So yeah, that's essentially what's going on there. Okay, next one is from BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. And he asks, did any nation other than Israel have prophecies where non-believing nations would be blessed and reconciled through them? Israel seems to be unique in this kind of thing, along with their self-deprecation. No. Not that I know of. Yeah. Yeah, you don't see this in the national prophecies of other countries, which is really interesting. Well, let's just take, for example, Egypt. Okay? They had prophecies, but it did concern the welfare of the Egyptian state. There's basically, and Egypt sort of had this this sort of hierarchy where you had Egypt, you had the land, the two lands, and then you had everything outside the two lands. And those were places of chaos. Those were places of savagery and barbarism. And then anything outside of those, I mean, that's there be dragons out there. Okay? So there were no prophecies in Egypt that, say, would have been regarding foreign nations being reconciled or healed through them. That wasn't a thing. That wasn't a thing in Egypt. Wasn't a thing in Mesopotamia. No, you didn't heal your foreign nations. They were the enemy. Foreign nations were the enemies. So yeah, yeah, you didn't get very much of that. Israel seems to be unique about this. Israel seems to be unique that it sort of had it had two views on the foreign nations, okay? One where they were supposed to evangelize to the foreign nations, bring God to the other nations, okay, so that God would save them. But you also had this view within Israel where foreign nations were also aggressors. So you had that view also. So Israel didn't just have one view of foreign nations, of the non-believing nations. It had several. Some would be reconciled, some wouldn't. So we have to be kind of careful there, that not to just say blanket that Israel had this, to the exclusion of other views. Okay? So Israel had both, reconciling non-believing nations, as well as judgment upon non-believing nations. But it is the case, too, that the other nations didn't have similar. The other nations didn't have a view of reconciliation. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And next one here is from Exegetical Apologetics for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. How should we use sources like Newsy and Amarna responsibly in exegesis? Thank you, folks, for what you do. Well, you are most welcome. Basically, we should use these as historical sources, just like any other source. Okay? And I think we should even use the Bible as a responsible historical source. Don't take everything face value. Same here. Don't take everything face value. There's things in these sources that can mislead you, like hyperbole. There are hyperboles in these sources. So you kind of got to be a little cautious of that too. Now, they can be a really good source of information. Like, we wouldn't know about the Amorite conquest of the northern Levant if it had not been for the Amarna letters. We would be guessing how that happened. Because the Amarna letters really do spell out how the Amorites sort of take over. Now, I don't have a collection of the text from Newsy, and I should probably rectify that. So, I did some work with some Newsy beads once. That was kind of interesting. But the Amarna letters are our most important source for, say, the Levant in that mid-14th century period. It's our most important source by far. So basically, the way we should use this responsibly is use them in their context. Use them in the context, use the Bible in its context, and if you've got the two in context, the one can inform the other. Like, for example, here's a perfect example from the Amarna letters, that Amorite conquest. That Amorite conquest, begins in the 14th century. Probably the early 14th century, but it does begin in the 14th century. And they're spreading out. Well, okay, they're spreading out all across the northern Levant, at least in the Amarna letters, essentially from Byblos to Heshbon. Okay, that's the insight that the Amarna letters give us. Now we come to the biblical records, and we can start seeing that when the Israelites come into the land, they're fighting Amorites. All the cities that they are attacking, they're Amorite strongholds. Jericho, Jerusalem, Hebron, Eglon, Debir. These are Amorite strongholds. So knowing the Amarna letters gives us a greater insight into the situation that led up to the Israelite conquest, and from the other side. So in this case, we've got, in the Amarna letters, we got the opposite perspective of how that Amorite conquest took place. And frankly, all the letters that the Canaanite cities were sending the Egyptians saying, "Hey, stop these Amorites. They're rampaging our cities. We're loyal to you, King Akhenaten. Send your troops so we can fight off these Amorites." Mama, have you memorized the Amarna letters? Just curious. No, I haven't. There's over 300 of them. There's over 300 of them. So, no, I haven't memorized them. Mama says, you've mentioned them so often, I would not be at all surprised. Well, here's the thing about them. There are some that come up over and over and over again. So it's kind of like this. The Amarna letters, like any text, some texts you just encounter so often and so frequently, like the Ippaware Papyrus. You see that all the time, and you read it frequently. So at some point, then you sort of get, okay, I recognize this one. Like, for example, when we talked about the Luca earlier, it's mentioned in Amarna 38. Okay? Yeah, it's a common data point, so you just know it's in Amarna 38. So it's just like becoming familiar with any source. you study it enough and you look at it enough and you read it enough that, yeah, it sort of gets imprinted on you. And you don't have to memorize it to do that. So then that's why we sort of come to that conclusion. So, but that's what I would do here is, that's how you should use these resources. You use these resources to construct histories of their own. And then you construct the Bible in context, and then you can compare the two and do your exegesis from that. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, JCM for $5. Thank you for the super chat. And let's pull up our Bible here. 1 Peter 3, 3-4, 1 Timothy 2:9. What's wrong with braided hair? Let's look at 1 Peter 3, 3-4. And let not your adornment be merely external, braiding the hair and wearing golden jewelry or putting on dresses, but let it be the hidden person of the heart with the imperishable quality of a gentle, quiet spirit, which is precious in the sight of God. Okay, I think that one's kind of self-explanatory. It's not the braiding of the hair or the wearing of jewelry, not in this particular passage, or even putting on dresses. Yes, ladies, don't go to church in your underwear alone. Dresses are a good thing to put on. Or pants. Put on at least some pants. This is not saying don't wear clothes. We're not Ferengi. Okay? Clothes to church is a good thing. Yes.
And dressing up is fine.
And dressing up is fine. Okay? Dressing up is fine. Here's the thing. This is talking about the obsession with it. Okay? This particular passage is talking about the obsession with these things. The obsession with braided hair. The obsession with wearing gold jewelry. The obsession with clothes. So that's really what we're talking about here. Yeah, you don't want to spend $100,000 on a dress while people are starving. It's probably not a good use of kingdom resources. Okay? Okay, let's take a look at 1 Timothy and see if the context is any different there. 1 Timothy 2, verse 9. Likewise, I want women to adorn themselves with proper clothing, modestly and discreetly, not with braided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly garments, but rather by means of good works, as befits women making a claim to godliness. Okay. Again, the point here is not that these things are bad. Okay. Proper clothing, not no clothing, not really expensive clothing, but proper clothing. Modestly, discreetly, not with braided hair, or gold, or pearls, or costly garments, and all those things are okay. Again, it's the obsession with them. He would rather see women clothed with good works and clothing, proper clothing, rather than seeing people obsessed with these trappings of wealth, trappings of beauty. Okay? He doesn't want the external beauty. Okay? He wants the internal beauty. And that's the point here. This is not about, again, braided hair. Nothing wrong with braided hair. There's nothing wrong with gold. Nothing wrong with pearls. Remember, the Book of Revelation has pearls for gates. Okay? Streets paved with gold. Building materials. Yeah, it's what's worth. It's road tar, yeah. Gold's road tar. So it's it's really here the focus is not on the hair. It's not on the braided hair. Nothing's wrong with braided hair. But you don't want to be obsessed with it either. So that's sort of what it comes down to. Bubble machine. But that would mean I would have to swallow my pride. Yeah, pride can be difficult to swallow. Yeah, so that's what it's talking about. It's talking here about the obsession with these things. They're not inherently bad. So, just keep that in mind. And this is not even so much a cultural thing. This is just a good sense thing. It's a good sense thing. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Thomas Perez for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He asks, how do practitioners of Orthodox Judaism typically interpret Genesis 28:18? Let's take a look at that. I think I know the passage, but let's make sure. Okay, and it says 22:18, sorry. 22:18. Okay, and it says, and in your seed all the nations of the earth shall be blessed because you have obeyed my voice. All right. How practitioners of Orthodox Judaism interpret this is that your seed is the nation of Israel. That's how they interpret it. It's how they interpret Genesis 3:15 too, the seed of the woman. So for them, the seed of the woman is the nation Israel. That's what it is in Orthodox Judaism. And that makes perfectly logical sense given their hermeneutical model. So that's really how they're going to interpret this. So that means you can only be blessed by becoming a Orthodox Jew. That also works very well for them. Okay? So that's really how they're going to interpret this. They're going to interpret this as the nation Israel. So it doesn't get much more complicated than that. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one. Thank you, Jack Ray, for another 10 Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We so very much appreciate it. Jonathan Walker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. What's your opinion on the variations in ages of the fathers in Genesis 5 and 11? For the context below. Okay. The Septuagint, that's the LXX, has 100 plus more years than the other two. I've also noticed the numbers digress after Noah into 3 different timelines. By Terra Death, TOT 2083, Septuagint. Okay. I don't know what you mean by TOH. THOT. I know the Samaritan Pentateuch and then the Septuagint. Are you talking there about the Hebrew Old Testament? Okay, that's what you mean. So you're saying there the Masoretic text. Yeah, the common abbreviation for the Hebrew Old Testament is the MT, the Masoretic text. Okay, so yeah, they are different. They are definitely different. The three revisions, the 3 variants, the text types. These are called text families or text types. And they break down into 3 lines of text types: the Masoretic text, the Septuagint, and the Samaritan Pentateuch. Okay? So if you add up the timelines, they're going to add up to different years. Okay, that's just... But at the same time, too, I don't think you can add them up that way either. I think that's a very problematic way of doing it. Okay? So I think that the variations of the ages of the fathers is something that we find in a lot of texts in the Bible. It's not just Genesis 5 and 11. Various manuscripts will have various different textual variations for numbers. Now, we don't know why numbers are particularly under stress in this way, but it does seem to be true. Like, for example, even First Kings, like a text like First Kings 6, First Kings 6:1, where it talks about the 480th year after the Exodus. Well, in the Septuagint, it's 440. So there are some texts, particularly numeric texts, that are given to these changes in numbers. We don't exactly know why. We don't know why. We don't even know when it was done. It could have happened way back in antiquity, for all we know, and we're just only seeing the final results of that. So when you're talking about the various text families, the text types, you're going to have to take each of these ages on a case-by-case basis. Okay? So I wouldn't take the Masoretic text at face value, but I wouldn't necessarily take the Samaritan Pentateuch or the Septuagint at face value either. This is where the task of text criticism becomes particularly important. You're going to take each of those patriarchs and you're going to compare the texts. You're going to compare the texts and then take the option that's most likely. Now, I think for a lot of these, the Septuagint is going to be the better reading. But it isn't always the better reading. And that's the problem here. Sometimes the Samaritan Pentateuch is going to be the better reading. But you can't know that until you start doing the lower text critical work on this. And why do I say lower text critical work? Because of Bugs Kip. Okay. So, he hates that term. All right. But anyway, you're going to have to compare the texts and come up with what's the right reading between them. So that's really where I sort of stand on that whole text critical issue regarding the ages of the patriarchs in Genesis 5 and 11. Again, case by case basis, use the best reading from all 3 manuscripts, all 3 text types. Okay? So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helps. Jonathan Walker, I found it more interesting that the totals of each person were consistent up to Enoch. Thank you anyway. I have an Excel on the charts for comparison. There's a lot more to it than just looking at the numbers. Okay? One of the things we have to kind of understand, too, is that some of these... all the numbers are actually words. They didn't use numeric numbers. They used... Numbers in Hebrew are words. So they actually wrote out the whole word. So if they wanted to spell out 4, they didn't use the number 4. They used F-O-U-R, the equivalent, in Hebrew. So you have to look at the small variants of the text as well in order to do this work. So it's a little more complicated than just looking at the numbers in a spreadsheet and seeing what's similar. You actually have to look at the actual text variants themselves. So it's more complicated than that. Okay? So so yeah, there might be some consistency there, but it's not always going to be like that. And each text variant is going to have its own unique challenges. So again, just a word of caution there that you just can't do it just based on an Excel spreadsheet. There's more to it than that. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. JCM for $5. What exactly is unchastity? The only valid reason for divorce? Having naughty time with someone who isn't your spouse. Okay? We want to keep this a PG-13 channel. Okay, so that's what it means, essentially. Having naughty time with someone who isn't your spouse. Yeah, it's a big no-no. Exactly, Alexis. Big no-no. Don't do it. Just don't. I mean, when was that seminary? When was that seminary? I was in one of D.A. Carson's classes. And he basically told the whole class, gentlemen, keep your flies zipped. And I thought to myself, dang, that's a sad thing to have to tell 140 seminarians. You know, if you have to actually say that out loud to 140 seminarians, there is something wrong. It's like, but that was sort of like, man, really?
But almost all huge.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. This is one of the major problems.
Not drugs.
Mm-mm.
And there's very few that are even gambling.
Yeah, there's basically, yeah, the two big things that that really cause ministries to crash is infidelity and irregular finances. Yeah, both of those can be big problems in ministries. It's a very interesting when you see what causes ministries to fail. Yeah, almost all the moral failings in ministries are usually boiled down to infidelity and financial impropriety. Those are the two big ones. Okay. Things you would expect that aren't so big of a problem. Not so much of a problem is things such as gambling addiction, drug addiction. Very little of that in the ministry. Even alcoholism. You know, even alcoholism, which you would expect to be much higher in a job like ministry.
Probably very high just isn't a problem.
Yeah, probably it's very high just isn't a problem. Yeah, that's that too. But you know, like you find like alcoholism is really high amongst writers because of the loneliness of it. Well, pastors have the same sort of lonely conditions that they work in. I mean, they will often spend most of their workday in their office alone. But alcoholism doesn't seem to be as big of an issue. But that naughty sex and naughty money, oh yeah, as Mama says here, that seems to be a real Achilles heel for pastoral ministry. You know, no pastor should be signing his own checks. Okay? You know, no pastor should have instant access to the money. No pastor should have the opportunity to cheat on his wife. So, So there's some issues there. So but that's what unchastity is. It's having naughty relations with somebody who isn't your spouse. Okay. BC for $10 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. So, given the first century polyglottism, can you speculate as to some reasons why 99% of the gospel may be in Greek, but a few phrases are in, say, Aramaic and Hebrew? I wonder why the author did this. Oh, it's easy. Universal appeal. It was already recognized at that point everyone spoke Greek. Everyone. You could find Greek speakers from Jerusalem to Alexandria to Rome to Spain to France. It was everywhere. Syria had Greek speakers. There were even Greek speakers in Mesopotamia. Greek speakers are everywhere. It was the lingua franca of the ancient world, of the first century world. Latin wasn't. Greek was. Greek was everywhere. Like, for example, the first, like the writings of the church fathers, up until the 3rd century, all in Greek. They all wrote in Greek. You know, Irenaeus, Bishop of Elon. Oh, sorry, was he Leon? It was either him or the other guy. Anyway, the Bishop of Leon. I think it's Irenaeus. You know, Leon's in France. Okay. But they're speaking Greek. You know, there are Greek speakers everywhere in the Roman world. You know, they're everywhere. So everyone wrote in Greek. No, Augustine was Bishop of Hippo. That's in Libya. Hippolytus. Hippolytus is the other one. I think it was Hippolytus. Maybe it was Hippolytus was Bishop of Leon. But it's either Irenaeus or Hippolytus that was Bishop of Leon. But that's in France. They're writing in Greek. So, you know, they're everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. And that's why they wrote in Greek. Because it's everywhere. Hebrew was only a liturgical language at this point. Okay? Hebrew was only a liturgical language. It was used for synagogues, and that was about it. Aramaic was only spoken by the local people of Judea. Okay? So, you know, it's just not it's just one of those things where if you were going to send out missives to foreign populations, you did it in Greek. Somebody in your neighborhood knew Greek. Okay? Somebody. Even in isolated communities, somebody knew Greek. Yeah, it's probably Irenaeus. But it was one of the two. I can't remember which one. Okay, so everywhere. But that's why they wrote in Greek. Because everyone spoke it. Kind of like English today. You know, you send a letter to Japan. Okay, the population of Japan is 99% Japanese speakers. But someone there is going to be able to read English. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Boomer for €5. Thank you for the super chat. What is righteous in the Old Testament? Genesis 18:23. I suppose it's not being without sin as there must have been more than 10 infants in Sodom. Okay. We'll talk about, we'll read that passage, and then we'll talk about what being righteous means in the Old Testament context. Okay. We'll actually start here with verse 22. Then the men turned away from there and went towards Sodom, where Abraham was standing before the Lord. And Abraham came near and said, Wilt thou indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? And then, okay. So, what does it mean to be righteous? One thing it doesn't mean is to just be without sin, to have not committed a sin. It doesn't mean that. Okay? The thing is that everyone is positionally under the cloud of sin. Now, this is one of those things that that we have to understand about Old Testament theology. You are responsible for your sins, but you're also responsible for the sins of your father, and your father's father, and your father's 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 father, going all the way back to Adam. You bear that entire burden, that collective debt of sin, going down the generations. That's a lot of sin to be responsible for. So even an infant had that debt of responsibility over them. Alexa says that is a lot of debt. Oh, you bet that's a lot of debt. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So it's one of those things that it's part of the thinking of the ancient world that debt accumulated. And they treated money debts the same way. Okay, so this is not just something that happened to sin debt. This was all kinds of debt. You know, you were responsible for your grandpa's financial debts, your great grandfather's financial debts. Your great grandfather got into debt. Oh, they came after you. Okay, until you paid off every last penny. Okay, so being that there was this kind of cumulative debt on financial things, on sin, just not adding to that debt doesn't mean you're righteous. So an infant can't be righteous because it has made no choices. It just hasn't added to that debt. Okay? So we then get to the point here of then what does it mean to be righteous in Old Testament context? What it means is that you are siding with God against sin. It doesn't mean that you're sinless. It doesn't mean that you haven't added to the debt. It means you're siding with God against sin. You're choosing God's side. So, when we look at Sodom, the 10 righteous people have to be 10 people that have sided with God against sin. That's going to be a problem. And they weren't there. They weren't there. But it's interesting, though, that despite that, he still saves Lot. The only righteous person there, and his family, who weren't righteous. You know, his family were kind of scumbags. Okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
but also
Yeah.
of which God
Um,
is.
Jonathan Walker says both young and old were at Lot's door. Yeah, they were. Yeah, and Lot did a terrible thing there too. But he's still basically telling the men of Sodom, why are you doing this evil thing? He's still siding with God against sin. So this is why Lot ends up getting saved. It's not because he's a nice guy. It's not because he's a good guy, because he isn't. Okay, he's neither. Lot is a very sinful man. Very sinful man. But he's also siding with God against sin. That's what puts him in that camp of righteous. It's not because he's good, not because he's nice, not because he's sinless, but because of where he stands in relation to the thinking of God. So that's why, that's why when we talk about, say, Sodom and Gomorrah and who's righteous in that Old Testament context and who isn't, there's factors there that we have to do to take into account, because what we think is righteous isn't the way they thought. They had a very, very different view of this than we tend to be in our modern day. We tend to think of righteous as someone who doesn't have sin. Well, that's not how it worked back then. It was very, very much a one of those prospects where it's not how much you sin, it's where you side with God on it. Because everyone had that cumulative debt. Everyone. This is why Jeremiah 31 makes that big deal about the image of the grapes. The fathers ate grapes and put the children's teeth on edge. It's the idea of the acid in the grape. The fathers ate so much grapes that the acid made the children's teeth feel weird. Which is what happens when you eat too much grapes. It makes your teeth feel weird. So, because the acid from the grapes are eating up the enamel. Okay, so then you've got that that burden, that collective burden of sin that Jeremiah is talking about over and over and over again, happening throughout the ages. So this is why when Jeremiah 31 talks about the new covenant, it's basically saying, okay, yeah, the new covenant says you're only responsible for your own sins, not the sins of dad, not the sins of granddad, not the sins of his dads. So, anyway, I hope that helps explain this. Why there weren't 10 righteous people in Sodom? Because there weren't 10 people who made that choice to side with God. Period. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much, Super Chat. Very much appreciated. All right, Jack Ray for $10. Thank you for the Super Chat. A mama question. He's sponsoring. Do you think questions like these regarding sociopaths show that modern Christians perhaps think too much of the need for an emotional response to God? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I do that. I think that's a problem of evangelicalism. The so-called confessing bench. The whole confessing bench. Basically, to show your contrition and your emotional repentance by going onto this bench where you show the congregation you're sorry, and it becomes a communal act then of emotional response. Now, fortunately, most churches have done away with the confessing bench, but the attitude of the confessing bench still persists. Okay, it still persists. which is why there's a whole lot placed upon emotion and heart response, but not so much on the will. So I think that salvation comes through an act of the will. And the will can be influenced by emotion, but it can also be influenced by the intellect. So, Mama says here, Doc, in my honest opinion, it's just as bad as the charismatics. Thank you. Thank you. Aren't saved unless, or think you aren't saved unless you speak in tongues. Well, yeah. Yeah, there are people out there who think that. Yeah, there's a, and actually those are technically not charismatics, they're Pentecostals. We have to be careful here because there is a difference between charismatic and Pentecostal. Pentecostal thinks that speaking in tongues is the sign of salvation. You can't. Yeah, that's the church version.
A lot of laity don't.
Yeah, a lot of laity don't believe that, but the church, officially, Pentecostals believe that you don't show your salvation. You can't prove your salvation unless you speak in tongues. Charismatics, on the other hand, believe in the perpetuity of spiritual gifts. Okay, so there is a difference between charismatics and Pentecostals, and unfortunately, the term charismatic is often applied when they mean Pentecostal. And the other unfortunate thing about this is charismatics is an incredibly broad term. You've got high Anglicans that are technically charismatic. You'll never see them speak in tongues. You'll never see them manifest a gift. But they're theologically charismatic. They believe that the spiritual gifts are still around and are in perpetuity. Okay? Even though they've never had a gift themselves. But that makes them charismatic. So it's a term that's so broad that it's almost useless. The only reason that term is around, I think, is to contrast it against cessationists. People who believe that there aren't any more spiritual gifts after the apostolic age. So, I've met charismatic Lutherans. I mean, that was really weird. I mean, that was really weird. Seeing Lutherans discover spiritual gifts for the first time. Well, technically, say, like the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod is a charismatic denomination. They almost never practice spiritual gifts. They never talk about it, or seldom do. But they are technically charismatic. So, and then again, you get the hyper Pentecostals. Vermin the Trash Rat. Dr. Falk, who have you not met? Michael Heiser. Never met him. That was a shame and a missed opportunity. Yeah, Rob Rowe was trying to get a meeting between me and Heiser and it just never materialized. Yeah, too short. Vermin the Trash Rat. You have met every person of every kind, I swear. Well, I have had a world of experience. God moves you around, you meet people. And then you learn. You learn from that. And that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. So I think it's one of those things that is, been a blessing. Didn't feel like a blessing at the time. Hey, how fun was all that moving around? Getting a dirty look from my producer. Yeah, it sucked pretty bad. But, you can't say we didn't learn a lot through it, though. We learned an awful lot through it. So, and one of the things we did was we got to meet a lot of people. A lot of people we would have never thought we would have met. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know, I never thought I'd be friends with J.I. Packer. Never thought I would be the research assistant for Ken Kitchen. You know, never thought I would meet Alan Millard, let alone become his friend. He's unfortunately passed away now too. You know, so you do get to meet a lot of interesting people. Okay. But it is true to get back to the question and just wrap it up here. It is true that does seem to be an emphasis on emotion inside of evangelicalism, and I think that's a problem. And I think it's a problem that needs to be better addressed. So anyway, thank you very much for that sponsored question. Very much appreciate it. You have met J.I. Packer. You, my good sir, deserve an award. I don't think you deserve an award for that. I was just his friend. Okay. Yeah, we got him to laugh. That was hysterically funny. I did a paper once in the church, and we went to the same church together. So you know, it was one of those things that okay. And I gave a paper to a Sunday school group, and you know, J.I. Packer came up to me after the paper, after the lecture, and has said to me, I have been doing theology for 60 years, and I have never heard that before. Then I said, I tell my students the same thing. That's not a compliment. And he thinks about it and just busting out laughing. And then my producer gave a paper. And J.I. Packer comes up and talks to her. And he says, you know, I've been so depressed about the future of the church. And I'm glad to know it's now in good hands. I pass the torch to you. And my wife looks at me and I said, hey, Packer gave the torch to you. It's yours now. Didn't give it to me, it's yours. She goes, nope, it's yours. So, so it was like, he's busting a gut there. So it was nice to make him laugh. It was nice to make him laugh. But one of the last things he said to me too was, you know, he gave me some parting advice, which I won't repeat. Okay. But I remember spending about a half hour with him in the lobby of the church. He was waiting for his ride to pick him up and to take him back to his care home. And it was an interesting half hour. A very interesting half hour. So yeah, Packer was a good friend. And I really, really cherished my time with him. So, all right, let's get on to the next super chat. TBD. If you're not sassing your students, why are you even in education? Oh yeah, we have had some. I've had some profs that have been brutal to students. Oh my gosh. What's his name? Roland Enmarsh. Oh my gosh, he could be brutal to students. He was feared. I mean, he's still alive. He's still an active scholar, but he was feared. Oh my gosh, it was, and with reason, and with good reason. He could be brutal to undergrads, really brutal to undergrads. If you were a PhD, he was great. He was absolutely great to PhD students. Boy, he was brutal to undergrads. He wrote on a paper, on a student paper once. You are a DF, and you can figure out what DF means. And then he crosses it out so that the student could still read it. That's a guy who's secure in his position that he could write that on a student paper and just likely cross it out.
Yeah. All these people. Mm.
Oh, yeah.
That was before the universe.
The first word starts with dumb. The last initial is a 4-letter word, literally. Yeah. But I mean, he could get away with it though, but dumbfounded, yeah, well.
Yes.
Yes, that's it, dumbfounded.
Oh, 4 letters.
Dumbfunded. Is the harsh word Dr. Falk? Could be. But yeah, he was brutal to students. Absolutely brutal. But you do get some of these profs that are incredibly... I mean, people get on my case for being mean or called now yeah, mean is probably the most appropriate word. But if you've ever been in academia, whoa, yeah, academia can be brutal for this stuff. Okay. Mama asks $5. Sponsors Bubbles question. Thank you for the super chat. Is there any proof of the peace symbol being used for any demonic purposes? Not in ancient times. Okay. It's a symbol that's been around a long time. That whole the supposed broken cross in a circle. It's been around since the Middle Ages. It wasn't a demonic symbol initially. You even found some Bibles with it stamped on it. So, stamped in the leather. So it wasn't started. It's another one of those. It's another one of those symbols that's been misappropriated. Like the swastika. Used to be a good luck sign. It was used in Buddhist art. It was used in Tibetan art. It was used in Europe for a long time as just a good luck symbol. So yeah, it's the peace symbol is one of those symbols that's been misappropriated. Like the rainbow, misappropriated. For a long time,
For a long time, the rainbow stood
there. Well, for the long time, the rainbow stood for that God was no longer at war with the children of man. This is one of the things. It's interesting because like the whole rainbow thing with Noah. It's a bow. It's a war bow. It's God hanging up his war bow. He's no longer angry, and he's no longer taking wrath on mankind. So the whole rainbow thing was the Lord hanging up his bow, saying, I'm done with the wrath. Now we can have relationship. It's been misappropriated since the 1960s to mean something else. So, Jonathan Walker says, Native Americans use the swastika a lot on their ponchos and stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of these symbols have become misappropriated. So, you know, that's not the symbols problem. That's a culture problem. Alexis, wait, it was never a rainbow? No. It was a war bow. Yeah, that whole bow thing in Genesis, it's a war bow. Now we interpret that as a rainbow in the sky. Okay? But it's really God hanging up the war bow as basically a way of saying, the wrath is over. The victory is won. Okay, so I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for that. But no, it didn't originally stand for anything like that. That's kind of a myth. Mama, what the what? I didn't know that. Let's see here. Let's call up the scripture. Okay. All right, here it is. Pull it up here. And this is Genesis 9, verses 12 to 16. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant which I am making between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all successive generations. I set my bow in the cloud. So this is a weapon. I set my bow in the cloud. Now, again, we would interpret this as a rainbow, but the text says war bow. And it shall be for a sign, for a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come about, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And never again shall the water become a flood to destroy all flesh. When the bow is in the cloud, then I will look upon it to remember the everlasting covenant between God and every living creature of all flesh that is on the earth. Yeah. It doesn't say rainbow. It says war bow. Essentially, the cachette. It's a bow. It's a weapon.
It's a sign that God is a God who judges.
Yeah.
He's a God of grace.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Grace implies judgment.
Yeah. As my producer says, it's a sign of grace, but grace implies judgment. So, Alexis, it's so obvious now. Yeah. Bubble machine. That's so cool. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of stuff like this. You know, we kind of assume it's rainbow, but it's not what it says in the text. Yeah. It's about God hanging up his bow. It's kind of like the Red Sea, yeah. Yeah, rainbow's kind of like the Red Sea. Jack Ray, that's more sensible than a bow decoration. Yeah, it is. Oh. Mama says, this stuff is why we come to you. Well, glad you get something out of it. Appreciate that. Keeps learning. NIV and NET translated as rainbow. Yeah, well, it's not a correct translation. It doesn't say rainbow. It says cachette, and that's a weapon. That's a weapon of war.
BC points out that modern humans say God hung up his, but it's still firmly a matter of,
Yeah.
if you don't want to be in his presence, you won't be. It's your choice. Some Calvinism.
BC says, modern humans, God hung up his bow, now we can do whatever we want. Now, this is why Peter says, yeah, the first judgment's by flood, the next is with fire. So, yeah, that's, yeah, I wouldn't put, modern humans shouldn't push their luck here. Alexis, Rainbow Noah's Ark nurseries. Yeah, well. Not with war bows. Well, that would certainly change your nursery, wouldn't it? Bobby's first war bow. Little Johnny's first war bow. The Bible School edition. Maybe. Okay. Bubble machine. Okay, but I can only imagine this giant rainbow bow hanging in the sky. Well, yeah. It's analogic language. It's analogic language. It's comparing something on planet Earth that people were familiar with something else that's going on. Something in the heavenly, in the realm of the gods. BC. Bobby's first suzerain treaty. Oh, I can imagine like one of those games, like you remember, was it Surgery or the what? Oh, I forget the name. What? Where you have the little plastic pieces? You have the split animals. You have to do the suzerain treaty in little mold plastic mold animals, where you take the animals, pull them in half, and create the path for the suzerain treaty.
BC, I want the box set.
BC, I want the boxed sets.
That's what it is. Alexis got it.
You know, doctors, yeah. Johnny's first suzerain treaty. Complete with own animals. Little plastic animals. Operation. That was the name of the game. Operation. Yeah. Okay. Well, the animals have to be pre-cut in half. Because you got to pull them apart in half. Oh, boy.
Is a reminder.
Mm-hmm.
Rainbows are a reminder of the war bow.
Yeah, rainbows are a reminder of the war bow. That's exactly what they are. Now, we don't look up in the rain to the sky today and see, oh, a bow in the sky.
Some of us who know the story do.
But if you know the story, yeah, you can see it. But you know, that's okay. Bubble Machine, the all new biblically accurate Noah's Ark set with all the new rainbow war bows. Oh, you can do your little, have a little, little, ola too, your burnt offering. You know, those, like those, easy bake ovens?
Bubble machine batteries not included.
Instead of having an easy bake oven, you have your own little, altar pyre.
Easy bake fire.
Easy bake pyre. To do your burnt offerings on. So we got Billy's first suzerain treaty. We've got the easy bake offering pyre. We've got.
I have not seen a Lutheran sect.
Oh boy. I'm in the trash. Right? This reminds me of Lutheran Satire's video on circumcision. Yeah, I haven't seen that in a while. Okay. Okay, we should probably continue on with the super chats. Try to get through these because we're getting at 11:30 now. Wow.
Easy. Alexis, be right back. I'm going to buy a tea.
Alexis, be right back. Going to buy a 3D printer. Do it. Do it. Do it.
You think Ken Ham will include them in this theme park?
Oh.
Actually, yeah, he would.
Guys, Octavius, do you think Ken Ham will include it in his theme park? It could be. It could be. Bubble machine, handcrafted in America. Please, someone making it. I'm dying. LOL. Gonna take this non-super chat here from Leonardo Marchese. Hey, I'm a new subscriber here. Okay, cool. I was wondering which king was the Exodus Pharaoh for you. I asked because normally is referred to as Ramses II, but we got his mummy in the museum, so it's impossible. Oh, it's totally possible. It is Ramses II. It is Ramses II. The reason it's Ramses II is because of the toponyms we find of the cities. It can't be anybody else, really. The abandonment of Avaris in the late or the mid 19th dynasty, and the post date by the dating of the Merneptah stela. So it is clearly Ramses II. Now we've got his mummy in the museum, but we got all the mummies for dynasty for most of dynasty 18 and 19. So the issue here then is that the Pharaoh did not drown in the Red Sea. He didn't drown there. So, and the Bible doesn't claim he drowned. So it's highly likely that the king of the Exodus died of natural causes. Okay? So I hope that helps. Daughter of the Most High says, we had a Ramses exhibition in Sydney this year. Cool. Really cool. Wish I could have been there for photos. Gaius Octavius adds here, why do so many people think that the Exodus Pharaoh died in the Red Sea? Two things. Two reasons. Tradition, essentially. It's traditional reading. It's a traditional reading of Psalm 136, which mistranslates one of the words to mean that Pharaoh drowned in the Red Sea. That word doesn't mean drowned. It means swept. Swept off. Okay. The other reason is you find it in like the setter. You find it used. The setter will, as part of its ceremony, says that the Pharaoh drowned. You also find it in Islamic tradition. Islamic tradition says that the Pharaoh drowned. Okay. So You like, for example, you'll find that in the Quran. That's in the Quran. That Pharaoh drowned. Jewish, it's not in the text, Jewish texts, but it is in some of the related traditions, as I said, like the Seder. So it's mostly a traditional thing. So, but that's why that's why so many people think Pharaoh drowned, because of the traditions. But the biblical text doesn't state this. In fact, the evidence is really, really good that no Pharaoh ever drowned. So, and given the way that that drowning took place, it would have been really easy to figure out if one of those kings had drowned. Okay. Gaius Octavius, so the Prince of Egypt got something right? Yeah. Hey, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Okay. Jonathan Monroe for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Why are unmarried couples who engage in sex sinful? And how does this help us to understand the importance of marriage biblically regarding sex and not reduce it to a solely legal certificate? Okay. The reason why it comes down to the commandment of thou shalt not commit adultery. Now, unmarried couples who engage in sex are committing a kind of adultery because there's no guarantee that they're going to stay together. So they're committing adultery against someone's future spouse. So that is it. The other thing is they're also mock marriages. They're test marriages. Because they're test marriages, they're not committed to each other in that way. So when you've got a mock marriage, it actually makes a mockery of the institution of marriage. So this is why the Bible says, a man shall, leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. Okay? They're doing the one flesh thing without the leaving. So it's one of those situations where the act makes a mockery of the created order, the design of mankind, and the God who created it. So it's not just a legal thing, it's a theological thing too. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Jack Ray, again for another 5 memberships. You've been very generous tonight. We so very much appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Okay, I think we're getting close to the end of the super chats, which is a good thing. JCM for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why was the battle over the body of Moses left out completely in the Old Testament? Because it's a theological, it's an ideological battle. It's not so much an event that happened in time and space. It's something that happens in the heavenly realms. So that's why it's sort of excluded from, say, Torah, because it's not an event that happened in Torah. It's something that happens in the next life, as it were. So you need the prophetic perspective to even know about it. So that's why it's not talked about in Scripture. But it is something that, well, I don't think God snatched up the body of Moses. Okay, I don't think it's that sort of deal. Moses died. He's dead. Okay. The body is dead and there. And we're basically told this, that Moses died. So then the body afterwards is just more or less talking about who's got possession of, say, um, Moses in his dead state. Okay, I'm glad you were joking. Wasn't sure there. Sorry. Sorry. I better get that suzerain tree set out and start making a repentant burnt offering on easy bake pyre. Hey, we all want that easy bake pyre now. We got more lore. More lore. The Fisher Price biblically accurate place sets. Bubble machine. Easy bakes were the bomb. Yeah, and they could also burn down your house, too. They were a bomb. My sister had one of those. Yeah, it nearly burned down the house. Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Explain how the faith has been good for the world. That's really an apologetics question. Okay, well, I don't really have a short list here, but it's been a lot of things. Okay, I mean, first of all, it did give women right to decline marriage. The whole vows of marriage, made it that the first time that the woman had to say yes or no. Up till then, that never was a thing. You were told who you got married to by your parents, and that was it. Okay. It did bring a lot of peace to Europe. Yeah, okay, Europe had its little wars like everybody else did, but so during the supposed Dark Ages, Europe had a lot of peace too.
The Holy Roman Emperor, who was political
yeah.
of the entire West.
Yeah. It brought limits to certain practices in war. Like you couldn't hurl dead bodies over the fences, over the walls of castles anymore. Banned human sacrifice, yeah. Animal sacrifice too, yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of these things. Gladiators is another thing it banned, was the gladiatorial games, exactly. With universities, it certainly gave science a leg up, very much so. It provided an environment where science could flourish. Okay, so Harry Stark's got actually a pretty good list there. So, he says creating hospitals. Yep. Christianity was responsible for hospitals. Ironically, during the Crusades. Helping the poor. Yep. There was a lot of monasteries that did charity work. Women's rights, big thing on women's rights. Oh yeah. Banned gladiatorial arenas. Yep, it did that. Creating diversities. Yep. Well, it brought back the university. The first universities were the Greeks. The Greeks had the first universities, but they brought back the university. Created science. Oh yeah. Orphanages, as Mama just said. Yeah. It wasn't unique in that, but it did, help about that.
But also monasteries
Mm-hmm.
as alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
People who didn't want to get married, who didn't want to.
Mm-hmm.
It provided them
Yeah. Salvation Army, yeah. Salvation Army is a definite good that came out of it. Literacy. Definitely a rise of literacy with Christianity. Yeah. I'll take the question right below him. Was Amenhotep Kopchev killed with a blow into his head? We don't know. And we don't know if that really was Amenhotep Kopchev. Okay? Let's be really, really clear about that skull found in KV5. Okay? That skull was found in a pit with the bones of 3 other individuals. It's a mix of bones. And for that skeleton, we only have the cranium. That's it. Okay? And that cranium belongs to a a male in his early 20s. Could this be Amenhotep Kopchev? Possible. But it could also be somebody else. And that's the problem. It wasn't found in a wrapped mummy, so there's no name, no label on it. And even the excavator said, well, this could be possibly, maybe, perhaps is Amenhotep Kopchev. So they were really hedging on this one. And that particular skull does seem to have a head wound. Now, was that head wound fatal or terminal? We don't know. We also don't know if it was one of Amenhotep Kopchev's brothers, which it could have been. He had a lot of younger brothers. He had 51 younger brothers. Yep. 51. Okay. Any one of those could have sustained a head wound later on. Oops, where is it? Alexis asked, could it have been a bandit Tomb Raider later on? It could have been somebody local. This happened too, where locals would put their own deceased into these tombs. Like this happened at the tomb of Akhmos and Nefertari. You know, when Carter was excavating the tomb of Akhmos and Nefertari, they found 4 skeletons in there that had no relationship at all to the dead queen. Just the locals found the tomb and stuffed their dead relatives in there. So there's some possibility that this person is unrelated entirely. Yeah. Yeah, could be. It could be Amenhotep Kopchev. It could be somebody else. It could be one of his brothers. Could be someone completely unrelated. It could even be somebody who took a body from another Ramesside tomb and unwrapped it in there because it's a convenient place to unwrap things. You know, and then chuck the bones in the pit. Because, you know what? Because that's what you do with bones, right? When you bury them properly, you shove them in a pit.
Shove them in a swamp.
Yeah. Jack Ray, Florida, hide a body in the swamp. Egypt, hide a body in the tomb. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and the pits. These are pits. These are actually usually at the entrances of these tombs. There's a big sort of a deep pit. I mean, these things are deep, and some people thought these were anti-theft devices. They really aren't. They're really more they're a ritual thing. So they're a well. They're meant to symbolize a well. So yeah, it does work for sometimes for anti-theft, but people would chuck bodies down there. You know, so though we regularly, when we do excavations, we excavate those pits because we find all sorts of stuff in there. So lots and lots of things get thrown down those pits that are not necessarily from the tombs themselves. Okay, so that I think covers that. So no, we don't know if it's really Amnenhotep. Um, there's a huge possibility it could become someone else completely. We just don't know. Okay. Vermin the Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on process progressive theology? Okay. Process theology and progressive theology are related, and they're similar, but they are different. Okay. Process theology basically says, as man evolves, God evolves. Progressive theology is just another term for liberal theology. Okay. So that basically, with process theology, God changes. God changes. He's not the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. As man becomes more moral, more sophisticated, God becomes more moral and more sophisticated. So that's process theology. Progressive theology is basically all of it's negotiable. The Bible's not authoritative. The resurrection, who needs that? The virgin birth, that's not science. So they basically progressive scrap. Everything's negotiable. Everything's negotiable. Progressives also tend to go with the current morality, which is why you find a lot of them as woke. So yeah, neither one's good. Neither one of these is good. Harry Stark. Trash Rat, the short answer, they're heretics who are making God in their own image. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Okay, next super chat here for $5 from Yossi Kenner. Thank you for the super chat. What is the best evidence a layman can use to show another layman that the Old Kingdom could not be dated 1,000 years younger? Well, that's a difficult answer for a couple of reasons. Because most of the dating of the Old Kingdom is extremely technical. Okay? It's extremely technical. Now, we do have pretty good dates for the Middle Kingdom. So, the dates we have for the Middle Kingdom are based upon a synchronism we have between Neferhotep the First and Hammurabi. Okay, so that synchronism's pretty solid. So you're not going to be able to move up the Middle Kingdom by 1,000 years, or even you're not going to be able to make a move on that one. That one's going to stick put. So then you only have then the first intermediate period and the Old Kingdom. And the first intermediate period is pretty short. It's 150 years. So you're not going to move that either. So then what you're going to have to do then is find a way to compress, to get it 1,000 years younger. You really are going to have to compress that Old Kingdom. And the problem with that is the kings are powerful. The kings have a lot of control over the regions. It's not a viable thing. Plus, we also have dating. We have like the first 3 dynasties are recorded down to the year in the what's it called now? Not the Turin Canon. The Palermo Stone. The Palermo Stone. Okay. So the first 3 dynasties aren't going anywhere. They're solidly, we've got good confirmation of the dates in Manetho through the Palermo Stone. So Manetho got those first first three dynasties correct. So that's going to lead us to some issues when you try to redate this. So if Manetho's correct in those first three dynasties, then it's really, really likely that he's correct for the rest of the Old Kingdom. So, again, these are sophisticated arguments, so it's not going to be something that's going to be easy to convince a layperson. But it's also we do know that there's some wiggle room for those dates. Maybe for the earliest ones, maybe plus or minus 100 years. But by the time you get to the first intermediate period and that civil war, very difficult to move anything at that point. So, yeah, I don't think you can date this thing 1,000 years younger. So, at least not be consistent with anything of the evidence that we do have. And we don't see any overlap between these kings. It just doesn't exist. We have what's it called now? Tomb biographies. A lot of them from this period. And because we have a lot of tomb biographies of these periods, it actually gives us a lot of information of who was in charge, who was in control, even to some extent how long they were in control. So yeah, I think there's a lot there that's it all comes down to this small granular evidence that when you add it all together, that you just can't move it. You have to take the whole ball of wax. You can't just say, oh, this one argument shows you can't move it. No, it's more granular than that. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I know there's a lot of people who want to move it, especially because of the flood issue, but it's not going to happen. I'm going to try to wrap it up here. TBD for $20. Thank you very much for that super chat. He says, no question. Really? Well, thank you. Thank you for your support of the channel. We appreciate it. These super chats are our major source of funding. They put food on our table, and we so appreciate it. We thank you so very much for that. Jonathan Walker, has it been 4 hours? Yeah, it has. A Fisher Price first offering pyre. Little Bobby's first suzerain treaty. Is beauty objective? If so, how? I don't know much about the philosophy of aesthetics. I know there's a branch of a philosophy just entirely devoted to this question. Is beauty objective? Is it subjective? How do we evaluate beauty? It's a big topic. And it's not a topic I've read on, to be honest. I really have done very little on the philosophy of aesthetics. So I'm not really the right person to answer this question. But personally, my gut feeling about this, and that's not a reason to take anything, but my gut feeling on this is beauty is not objective, but the principles behind beauty are. Okay? So that there's a lot there that's been debated over this. So I can't give you a good basis for that. Again, there's a lot of work that's been done on the philosophy of aesthetics. And that's basically where I have to direct you at that point. Okay? Okay. Vermin Trash Rat for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Christian nationalism? Comes from the pits of hell. Yeah, Christian nationalism comes from the pits of hell. It's essentially a combination of Old Testament law as the law of the land combined with racism. I have nothing but the lowest opinion of Christian nationalism.
A generic.
It's not Christian.
Not teaching Christians to
Yeah.
specific.
Yeah, it's not a generic term for Christians doing their civic duty. Okay? Christian nationalism is something very specific. It's Judaizing with racism on top of it.
It's used in.
Yeah, it's often mischaracterized in the media. You know, it's not Christian conservatism. Okay? It is, as I said, it's Judaizing.
Specific.
It's Judaizing with racism on top. So, yeah, I have nothing but the lowest opinion of this. Nothing but the lowest opinion. And Harry Stark says, I will repeat the last part, not Christian conservatism. Yeah, it's not consistent. They're two completely different animals. Christian nationalism, the nationalism part of it, is the prioritization of the state. In that way, it's no different than National Socialism. It's a kind of totalitarianism. Again, that puts the state first. And it uses the Old Testament law as its rubric for doing this. And then adds a good dose of racism on top of it. Yeah. 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 Christianity is about grace. Because of the sacrifice of Jesus Christ, who paid for the sins of the world.
Would it be similar to Nazism? It is very much.
Very similar. Jonathan Walker says, would it be similar to Nazism? It's similar in some very important respects. State controls production. Okay, state controls production. Okay. State controls morality. There's another one.
Freedom of speech.
Okay, no freedom of speech.
You have to.
Yeah, so it has some very strong similarities to that. Even the racism. Got that too. So it hasn't gone so far as to basically say that that the races are subhuman and should be exterminated. But it has gone to the extent where they say that people of different races can't marry. And that's, as I say, right from the pits of hell. Right from the pits of hell. So, yeah, I love it when people who have that ideology find out they got black ancestors. That always makes my day. Bubble Machine has anyone pinned the picture of the voodoo doll Folk found on Discord? I don't know where to find it. I really want to see it. Oh, jeez. I think I did. I think it is on somewhere on Discord. I don't know if it's on Anunnaki, though. It could be on Anunnaki. Okay, we'll pin it again on Discord. Okay. I'll put it under Dr. Falk Rumors. Okay? Let's get these last ones, and then almost there. All right, I think we're at the... Oh, no. Let me just... Okay. All right, we're at the end of the super chats. So, let's take a couple of non-super chats and call it a night. What we got? Oh, do we? All righty. Let's not touch that one. No, no, no. They're already... The Catholics are already hating us.
At 8:20. Not long and hard to come.
Oh, okay. 8:20. $8.20. Let's see. All right. Ancient Egypt in the Bible question. Oh, I thought of a question. How do you pronounce grok? Steve McRae pronounced it so wrong I can't even remember. I told him it is grok, same as grok. I think it's probably grok, but I could be wrong. I mean, I do. Was it? I think it was first coined by what's his name now? The guy who did Starship Troopers. Wrote the books. It was in the novel. It was a rock came originally from the novel. Behold, Robert Heinlein. Thank you, Blue Dog. The whole term grok, I believe, came from the novel Behold the Man. In that, or was it Stranger in Strange Land? Okay, sorry, Stranger in a Strange Land. I knew it had to be. It was one of those ones. Okay, where grok is, I think, just some general term. I thought it was Behold the Man, but it could be Stranger in a Strange Land too. But you know, I had a kind of a like dislike relationship with Heinlein. His daughter's arrogant. Won't get into that. He you know, Heinlein was no friend of Christianity. He I mean, he was an atheist himself. He did write some good books though. I did love Starship Troopers. It's nothing like the movie, by the way. Um, Basically, the original book, Starship Troopers, was really about the insanity of war. The insanity of war. And he was a conscientious. He was a conscious objector to the Vietnam War, I believe. So, but it was a good, well written book. In some ways, I think the movie's better, to be honest. I mean, the book was well written, but it was a fairly typical war, sci-fi war, what's it called now? Space drama. Space opera. Sorry, space opera. So, okay. I actually love the movie better. The movie is actually one of those things where it's, the movie is really about propaganda, you know, about war propaganda, and it's all about that. I mean, and it's meant to be over the top. It's meant to be over the top. So it was very good satire. Really, that's the Bug movie, yeah. So, yeah, I've had read some Heinlein. So he's not among my favorites. He's not among my favorites. Okay, next question. Okay. Scott Worthen. Who is the earliest biblical figure who is confirmed by any historical evidence? Oh, great question. And it's going to depend on how you identify biblical figures. Okay. Now, let's see here. Let's go to Genesis 14 and the War of Kings. It's Genesis 14:1, and it came about in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Eleazar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of Goyim. All right. Now, of those names, two appear in historical records. Amraphel is probably Hammurabi. Okay. Hammurabi. But Kedorlaomer is also probably one of the Elamite kings that's contemporary with Hammurabi. Now, there's three names that could match Kedorlaomer that are roughly in the same period. So we're not exactly sure which one it is. So Hammurabi's probably the earliest. But very close in time would be Terah of Urkesh. Terah of Ur. Okay? There's a bunch of Mari letters that are written from a Teru of Urkesh. Very similar. What makes this so interesting is that historians placed Terah in the 18th century, which fits Teru of Urkesh, in the land of Haran, which also fits the where Teru goes to sojourn. They both lose a son at Ur. Okay. You got Ur versus Urkesh, and it's Ur-Kashdim, by the way. So there's a possibility there that was a scribal slip of the pen. They added the meme at the end. The Dalet and the meme at the end. Or it's a different, or it was Urkesh Arem, which is a possibility too. So these are extra biblical pieces of events here, like the 5 Mari letters from Teru. Okay. Jonathan Walker, what are the texts regarding Teru? These are the Mari letters. Okay. You can find this in Jacques Sasson's edition, where he talks about Teru. And there's 5 of these letters where Teru is having these discussions with the king of Mari. So these are texts that came out of Mari, the Mari archive. And basically, it's a very interesting, the biography of Teru. He's basically a king-like figure or mayor of Urkesh. And he wants to align Urkesh with Mari. But the people don't want that. They want to align with Elam. So there's a riot. It's a riot. And one of Teru's sons is killed at Urkesh. And he has to flee. And Teru has to become a sojourner in the land of Haran. Fascinating. Fascinating. It's very similar names from very similar places, going to the same place, both losing a son. It's just like a 1-to-1 at the same period of time. It's a practically a one-to-one correspondence between the biography of Terah of Ur and Teru of Urkesh. Almost a one-to-one correspondence. So I would place this as the earliest myself. But can you spell that last name? Sure. Sasson or Kesh? Jack Sesson? I'll just put them both in. Jack Sesson. Okay, you found it. Yeah, it's called I think it's called the Mari Archives. I think I have the book right here actually. Oh, keep it beside my desk. Yeah, here it is. From the Mari Archives, an analogy of old Babylonian letters by Jack M. Sasson. There's the cover. Great book. I mean, it's if you want to know about the Mari Archive, the Mari letters, that's the book. So it's an amazing book, well worth it. Not as expensive as you would think a book like that should be, but full of diplomatic correspondence. There's even some letters between Hammurabi and the King of Mari in there. So, it's a good general, it's a good resource for those documents. It's a really good translation, a really good resource for those documents. Okay, so I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated.
One I was curious about.
Okay.
906.
906. We'll make this the last one of the night? Oh, one more. Okay.
Wanted to know, were there the editing board?
6. $906. Okay, I see it. Okay, Deacon asks, were there Freemasons on the KJV editing board, and if so, then what? Oh, something I should look up first before I try to answer that question. Yeah, the earliest record we have of Freemasonry that we can verify, okay, is a record of the initiation in a lodge in 1646. That's the earliest record we have that we can verify from Freemasonry. Now, the Masons make a huge number of claims about some other things, but all of this is really, really speculative. Okay? So, when we look to this and see, okay, were there Freemasons at the time of the KJV, which is in 1611? The answer is probably not. But even if there were, so what? There have been unbelievers on translation boards forever. I mean, Septuagint was translated by religious Jews. Okay, so just because there's people who are translating things doesn't mean it's not fit for, say, purpose of sacred scripture. They are scholars like Erasmus. Okay? Erasmus was pretty much an atheist. I mean, he was a Catholic, technically, but not much of a Catholic. Okay, he wasn't much of a Catholic.
His family's stuck.
Yeah. But Erasmus was the guy who puts together the Textus Receptus. That edition, that Stephanus's third edition, that's going to be used to translate the New Testament of the KJV. Erasmus was a scoundrel. He was an absolute scoundrel. Okay? But he was also an excellent scholar. He was probably one of the brightest minds in Europe. And everybody recognized it. Everyone recognized he was a womanizer. He was a womanizer. But he was also a fine Greek scholar. So just because somebody works on a translation or a text who's not a believer, who may be a Freemason, doesn't disqualify the work. So I don't think there were Freemasons on the KJV editing board, and if there were, doesn't matter. Yeah, King James himself was a mess too. Yeah. So, absolutely. So, but it doesn't matter, because the work has to stand on its own. And for its time, and I'm qualifying this, for its time, the KJV was an excellent translation. It was an excellent translation for 1611. Today, not so good. But back in 1611, it was very good. Okay? So, again, just because an unbeliever works on a text, like C.H. Dodds, yeah, I mean, the guy's an atheist. C.H. Dodds was an out-and-out atheist. And yet he was one of the finest Greek scholars of his time and worked on several translation committees, including the early translation committee for many of the base texts that we use today. So, take that for what it's worth, too. Okay, you have one last one? It's 12. Oh, dear. Okay. Eight, 12. All right, this is going to be the last question for the night from Maple Bacon, and he or she asks, how to have confidence as a Christian? Okay, I'm going to qualify this. I'm going to say this. You're always going to have doubts of some kind. Doubts are part of the Christian life. In some ways, you're going to have to get comfortable with your doubts. Now, with that said, you can lessen those doubts. That's the good news. The bad news is you'll never eliminate them. Everyone has doubts of some kind at some point. But you can eliminate them, you can mitigate them, and you can minimize them. And how you do that is you get into the Word of God. You keep reading your Bible. You keep praying. You practice the faith, as it were. Prayer, meditation, be plugged into a good church. So your praxis is okay. You basically want to do what you want to do is you want to make sure that the Bible permeates you. Read to learn, read to study, read devotionally. Okay? And it's not just one of these. It's all of these. So you're going to study your texts. You're going to study your Bible. And you're going to learn about the Bible. And you're going to read for devotion, for your spiritual well-being. And that's the importance of Scripture. The Scripture basically strengthens our faith. So, I can always tell when a Christian doesn't have a lot of confidence. because they've stopped reading their Bible. You stop reading your Bible, your faith starts getting shaky. So that's the advice here. Keep reading your Bible. Keep being connected in Christian community. Keep being connected to God in prayer. Yeah, just talk to God. Talk to God in your prayers. Yeah. Prayer isn't necessarily a formal thing. You don't have to make it formal. Just keep talking to God. Keep that line of communications open. You know, it's like we said earlier when we talked about, say, we grow in community. You know, we grow in confidence in the Christian faith, also in community with God, in community with one another, in community with the Word of God Himself. So you got to get into your Word of God. You got to get into your reading of your Bible. Don't get distracted by bells and whistles and tangents. Stay away from tangents. Stay away from controversies that don't help your faith. You know, but really focus on the essentials. Reading your Bible, praying to God, and having communion with your fellow believers. If you do all that, your confidence as a Christian should grow. Okay? So anyway, I hope that helps. That's going to be the last question for the night. I want to thank you all for joining us tonight. It was a great live stream as usual. I want to thank everyone who's donated super chats because you help keep us doing this full time. We so appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers who support our channel, who basically keep the technology running and in good repair. So we appreciate that support. Thank you so very much. We also want to remind you again, too, about the tour coming up in March. If you are interested in that tour to ancient Egypt, where you get to see all the sites of Egypt, the link with more information and signing up is in the description. And we also want to thank our regular subscribers who basically view our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share the URL with other social media networks. You guys get the message out. So with that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. We hope you had a great time. And we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.